Hello, everybody. Hi, Noah. Hi, Joy.
Morning, Audrey.
I'm going to make you co-host. You can handle this, right? You're not the childlike on your picture.
No, let me turn my camera on to confirm.
I mean, you look like very competent even there, so.
Thank you. Yeah, I promise I can do it.
All right. Did that work?
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you for donating your time to help us out, coordinate all this stuff. Really helpful. Everybody had a good evening, good night. Everybody at least who presented yesterday. Slept like a baby. All the other ones like.
I slept so much.
Oh. Never enough though somehow. Joy, you can let those people in to make sure it works. There's somebody waiting, I think. You don't see them?
Oh, I do. I'm just not sure if I see them on the list of.
She's good. I'd vouch for her.
Okay.
There's actually two people that didn't make it on the list.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's what it is.
Anita, but they're both already here, so. How are you doing, Alanush?
I'm good, tired. I was working on a project last night for our KIPS class.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, a lot of calculations.
Calculations? What kind of class?
Oh, he has given us a project and we have to do like a budget and like calculate the fee and stuff like that.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good thing to learn.
Yeah.
Did you charge a lot of money for your services, Alanush? I hope so.
Well, we haven't gotten to that part yet. We just did the project, but like the budget. We calculated how much the budget is based on the costs.
I see.
Yeah, today we're gonna work on
Just hourly. Don't even mess around. You know, all hourly. at a good rate. Um, Hi, Heather.
Hello,
How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Nice to meet you. We have a little bit of time. We're actually not going to start until 9:30.
Oh, okay.
So if you want to go make a coffee or whatever.
Yeah, that's great. I'm actually getting my daughter's breakfast on the table. So
Oh, perfect.
I'll finish that and then I'll be back.
She won't have to stay hungry.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Are you guys all going to the ball? What is it called? The Bauhaus? Did they make it? Did they sell enough tickets now? I think there was some issue that they were not going to sell enough tickets or something.
Yeah, I think we needed so the venue was like 27,000 and we needed 300. I mean, that was to accommodate 300 students, but we're not close.
Oh,
So, yeah. It's still happening, but I'm not sure how things are being accommodated now. So,
I see. You're just gonna what's that called? Dine and dash?
I think like the most expensive part of the venue was the food. So considering that there's less people, maybe there's a cheaper option. So that
Okay,
might help with the cost, but I'm not too sure either.
I see. Well, I hope some more people will show up. I'd come, but I can't. We bought a ticket for our intern, so he's coming. I want to go make a coffee also. Seems like we have some time. Okay, we're getting there. Getting closer. Who's starting? Jose, right? And then it's Anita. Then Alejandro, and then June. Victor, Alanush, Emmanuel. Busy day today. One more than yesterday. How many coffees have you had, Alanush?
Oh, I woke up late. This is my first.
You slept in.
Yeah, my dog is on vacation, so I have to wake up early.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I slept. Nice.
You said your daughter?
No, my dog.
Oh, your dog.
Thank God I don't have kids.
Where did the dog go on vacation? Hawaii or Cayman Island?
No, she's at my in-laws.
I see.
Yeah, they have a backyard, so she's enjoying it.
How early does your dog usually get you up otherwise?
Or like 6. I mean, because of work and school, I usually walk her like around 6:30.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's good. That's a nice way to start the day with a walk.
Yeah. So we're gonna meet Tuesday, right? In studio.
Oh, are we? um, what are we meeting about? Exit interviews?
I don't know, they had sent an email.
I don't read my emails that when
I actually don't remember.
I think it was like cleanup and exit interviews,
Oh, yeah.
but we didn't bring very much.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
It was for cleanup of like the studio and then exit
Oh,
interviews.
I see. Yeah. Yeah, let's meet on Tuesday. Fine. Still need to clean up, even though we didn't make a huge mess, but I think, we have to put together the desks or something. If we need to move all the desks into one corner or something like that. Maybe everybody who was at the IDC for the reviews made a big mess with a party or something.
We're not even on the 5th year side.
What do you mean we're not on the 5th year side? Oh, you guys are like somewhere.
We're on the 1st year side.
You guys spread out.
Yeah.
That's good.
And make a mess, it's okay. We are not gonna be cleaning up.
The first years will have to take care of that. They are making models and stuff, right?
I think the second year is too. At least right now there's many like models on their tables, and then they have like 6-foot bridges on there too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can somebody quickly check to see if the YouTube channel works?
No, it works. I was just watching it.
It was working. Okay. Thank you. And the closed caption works too.
Yeah, it works.
Oh, this is just thought about the, yesterday, who was it? Somebody made a comment about the elevator, that you need a lobby. Who was that?
Dennis.
Who?
Dennis.
Wait, what was his name? Say that again? I couldn't hear.
Dennis, that said shouldn't be combined with dusters.
But it's true, but there are exceptions in the code, so I don't think anybody else brings this up. But you can basically have, if you have a sprinkle building and it's not higher than than 75 feet, it's okay. Although a lot of your buildings are probably higher than that. And if it's higher, you can have a pressurized elevator shaft. It's more complicated, but it allows you to not have to have a lobby for the elevator. Basically, they pump in air into the elevator that there's always a higher static pressure so that the smoke couldn't travel through the shaft. So there's ways to do this without it. So don't stress out about it if you don't have a closed lobby. Okay. Oh, it is 9:30. Cool. Welcome back, Heather. Looks like we're still waiting for some other jurors, Michael and John.
Well, I can just, I'll shut off my video if you don't mind until the rest join, and then I'll pop back in.
Okay. Sounds
Thank
good.
you.
I hope they'll join. Otherwise, you have to talk a lot.
Okay.
I guess we'll wait a little bit longer. Hopefully these other two jurors will show up. Otherwise, so it's not going off to a good start. I have to call in some emergency favors here.
They can't move some of the jurors from the other rooms to this room.
I'm asking that right now.
Yeah, because some of them have 4.
Yeah. Nobody's responding to me, so they're probably all giving their intro, so they're busy. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna have to make a call. Okay, no luck.
Jury today. I'll just do a live episode.
Is Robert doing his podcast right now?
I'm sorry.
Live broadcasting during reviews?
No.
Andre, I'm happy to participate anytime. And if you want to, shake up the format or anything, I'll play along.
Thank you,
I
Heather.
think we can have a great conversation.
I
even
think
if
so
it's just
too.
us.
We will. I'll jump in too, and maybe they'll come. I have sent out some distress signals to the
Yeah.
other group. Maybe they'll send somebody over, but I think we'll have to start given where we are. Thank you, Heather. Okay,
Sure.
I'll do the intro also very quick, but you actually maybe you can introduce yourself very quickly.
Sure. Hi. Thank you all for welcoming me today. My name is Heather Flood. I'm currently the interim dean of the School of Architecture at Woodbury University. I have been a full-time academic for 20 years and have been to Cal Poly many times in person as well as online. So it's really exciting to see your work. I think I know the curriculum pretty well and a lot of the folks over there who are teaching. My particular expertise when it comes to teaching is in first year design. That's where I really enjoy engaging curriculum and students. So this will be a bit of a, not a leap for me, but I'm used to working with the beginning students. I'm excited to see where you guys are at with the senior project. And I have my own practice called FLAB, where I do research into materials and atmospheres. So thank you for welcoming me. I think we'll have a great conversation.
Super, thank you. And this is great. We had in our first panel yesterday, we had Ingalill. So
yes, my former colleague. Great.
And she was great. Let's see. I'll introduce myself quickly because we don't know each other. I've been teaching at Cal Poly for the last 4 years and have taught senior projects 2 years now. And I also have my own practice for about 4 years now. I worked at Johnston Mark Lee for over 10 years. And originally I am from Switzerland and I went to school there. And for this studio, since you are from or have been in LA for a long time, you know MacArthur Park well, or at least you've been around it, you know the area. So the students designed projects around MacArthur Park. There were 3 sites that I kind of pre-selected that they could choose from. They're all directly adjacent to MacArthur Park. One's kind of on the northeast corner, one's on Wilshire and Alvarado, kind of where there's a Yoshinoya kind of there. And then another one is kind of on the south west side. kind of where there was a strip mall. And the program they had to kind of work with was, I turned it a kind of social or public service building, but that basically means it had to be a public library or a rec center. Rec center is pretty broad, could be sports, art, community, social services, or a mix of all of those. Some people have public libraries and rec center. Some people, one person also has a fire station. So it was kind of in that realm, but they could kind of make it up themselves. The buildings had to be 60,000 square feet gross. The sites they got were all roughly 10,000 square feet. The area is a FAR of 6 to 1, so they had to really kind of max it out, right? It was tight, and we wanted to be efficient with the land and kind of, propose that, in a lot of buildings around there are actually quite low and really not like maximized the allowable buildable area. And we kind of thought like, well, it's really underdeveloped and it's a public building, we should really use the space. And we imagine that the buildings next to it are all going to be in the future, probably like that, given the really kind of amazing location. And they're all corner sites. So they have 2 exposed facades. Actually, one has 3 because there's a back alley. So they usually have 1 or 2 kind of adjacent walls that are basically going to be like party firewalls with no windows generally. And that's it. And let me see, somebody texted me. Maybe I can organize something here. Sorry. Okay, and so we basically have, the format is about 30 minutes per student. They'll take about 8 minutes to present. And then as it is now, you have 22 minutes to talk. But hopefully somebody else will arrive, and I'll kind of, I'll act as a juror as well, some form. Thank you so much, Heather. And do you have the link to the concept board? Or I'll post it in the chat.
If you don't mind posting it, that's
Yep.
great. I can look through my emails,
No,
but that
don't
might
worry.
take a while.
Yeah. No. There. And so the students will kind of moderate the concept board in the beginning. You can always jump off the moderation. I'll also share the screen. And so you can kind of do however you want.
Okay.
And so everybody should be able to see this. And then we are going to start with Jose.
Great.
And it's all you, Jose. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for being here today on Sunday. So my name is Jose Arce, and my project site is located in the corner of Wilshire Boulevard and Alvarado Street. Across from our site is MacArthur Park, which is home to a variety of diverse communities, such as the homeless, the South and Central American immigrants. As the city continues to grow, the needs of these communities are now following that growing expansion of the city, and many barriers such as affordability and education are becoming present for these communities. When addressing the site zoning, like Andre mentioned, we currently have two facades with no height limitation. To address the lack of resources for these communities of Westlake, I am proposing a timeless building with the programs of community space and library. The idea of these programs is to divide the communities, to provide the communities the opportunities to work, play, and learn. The buildings program is then divided into 3 sections: the library as the blue section, the conditioned community space in the middle, and then the unconditioned community space at the bottom. In this render, I want to show a view from MacArthur Park as the arches represent a door between time and space in which one passes, a link between the past, present, future, and how the timeless building can change through the growing demands of the city. In the site plan, I want to show that seamless transition from the sidewalk into the current building itself and the interaction of the building into the site. The formal massing of the project is composed of a series of arches. The arches are all similar with a changing span of 10, 20, and 40 feet. The larger span arches are cast in place, while the smaller arches are precasted. All the pieces are then attached to create a system of arches that would then rotate on every floor. The different arches then are created for intentional spaces of sizes and density. So you can start to see in this sort of structure diagram where there's the different spans occurring in the building itself, and how there's that relationship between the rotation of the arches happening on every floor. The arches serve as a system that structures the building and provides back to the urban fabric of a city. And the elevations, I want to make a reference to the arch pieces that and their attachment, so you can see their attachment, as well as a visual distinction that is also determined by the program type. On the east elevation, you can see how the different arch spans create those open spaces to become flexible for the needs of the community. So you can see how the bigger span creates this like bigger open space in comparison to the more dense, tighter spaces, which would be programmed with, in this case, like conditioned spaces such as the library. In this elevation, it's the similar approach. You can start to see that reading of the bigger span arches, which are the 40 foot, the 20 foot, and then the tighter spaces, which are the 10 foot. In this collage, this collage is a perspective view of you driving down Wilshire Boulevard into the park, MacArthur Park, sorry. The loggia can be seen as a space of gathering. In the ground plan and mezzanine area, I want to emphasize the open spaces that are provided through the span of the arches. The flexibility provides the immigrant community opportunities to use the space as needed. The ground floor and mezzanine are adaptable spaces that allows the program to change during the day. In this case, it can be a pop-up vendor space. And sometimes the mezzanine can serve as a farmer's market with the possibility of these programs changing during the day. The ground floor and mezzanine area serve as a catalyst for exchange, community connection, and activity to occur. In the Axon plan, you can see that seamless transition from the sidewalk that is on Alvarado that is full of vendors into the open space of the building, as well as that rotation that starts to occur with the arches, like I mentioned previously in the structure diagram. The first floor plan is an example of how the arches begin to drive the program, telling the users how to circulate throughout, in this case, the flea market. As the rotation of the arches are happening sort of this way, then the user knows that they walk through the arches as the arches have sort of driven the program and the circulation. The density of the second plan is an example of how in the elevation, there's that different reading for these more conditioned spaces. In this case, this is the now enclosed space. So in this collage, you can see this double height situation, balcony situation, where you exit the conditioned space and you're looking down into what becomes the flea market. That is, like I mentioned earlier, through the rotation of the arches, driving the program of the users. In this collage, I want to show how there's this, like I mentioned, this catalyst of activities happening and how the users use this super space differently, as well as like the vendors and like in the mezzanine area, as well as what is happening with the rotation of the arches that in this case structures the building. In this collage, this is the mezzanine area. I wanted to show also how the arches are creating, again, that or driving the program. In the sections, you begin to see that there is a clear distinction of the unconditioned spaces, which in this case is that vendor and mezzanine space, in comparison to the conditioned spaces, which is like the library. There's like the readings, the stacks, office, study rooms, and offices, as well as in section B. You can also start to see that clear distinction of how the arch spans change. So in the vendor space, we have the 40-foot span. In the flea market, there's a 20. And then as the conditioned spaces happened, you have tighter density happening with the arches. However, in the library itself, as the lobby space as the lobby space is more of like a social interaction, or the beginning of the social interaction for the library, the span then changes again to the 40 feet, as you can see here. In the wall section, you can start to see that relationship between the exterior and interior, from the raised floor into that balcony space overlooking into that flea market, into what then becomes the interior space. In plan 3, like I mentioned earlier, is the the first lobby space for the library itself, and it tends to become the most social. With a double height condition happening, the spaces become adaptable for the library program to exist, such as reading stacks, and on the second floor, like the children's library, more readings and stacks as well. In this collage, you can start to see sort of that similar interaction between the arches and the program being driven. So in this case, like the tighter arches happening in one direction, and then the bigger the 40-foot spans happening in the other direction, allowing those double heights and flexibility of space for the users, or in this case, the community of South Central American immigrants. In the 5th plan, it consists of the teen library, computer spaces for the immigrant community to use. And you can start to see that rotation again of the arches. In the 6th plan, you begin to see that there's a relief of the open space that serves as a terrace for the community to then serve as a way of bringing back into the community back into MacArthur Park. In this collage, this is back to that double height space where the 40-foot span arches are happening, and how a lot of the program again is driven by sort of this sort of circulation of the arches. In the 7th plan and 8th plan is typically the special collection books, and then the admin offices with a lounge. In this collage, you can start to see that relationship between the users in the terrace space to the building itself. And again, that density of the arches with the conditioned spaces of the offices and study rooms. In this EMA diagram, you can see how the that there's a controlled environment where the library spaces are occurring. So there's an operable system, curtain system that allows for that controlled environment. And then in the first 3 floors, which are the open unconditioned spaces, that serve as this sort of ventilation for the users. In conclusion, as no permanent walls are present aside from the service core, the goal has been to design a timeless building that through time would become flexible and adaptable enough, but at the same time, specific enough for the changing city and the needs of the program. And then to end, I want to reference this concept image that shows how the context of the building changes, but the building remains the same. So you can see the building in the past, in the present, and what it becomes in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Jose. And thank you. We have now 3 jurors. Hi, Michael. And hi, Carl. Thank you for switching around on a short notice.
No problem. Thanks for having me. I
Thank you.
just got booted out of somewhere, so I didn't say anything yet, so I don't think it was anything I'd done, but I'll do my best. I'm happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. No, you'll stay with us. I'll give a quick, I'll go through the intro very quickly, but basically where the sites of the students are around MacArthur Park. You guys are all LA familiar. They had 3 sites that I kind of picked that they could choose from. The building that they're designing is either a public library or a community center, or kind of a mix of that. The community center is pretty free. It could be art or sports or whatever they kind of wanted to do. The buildings are 60,000 square feet gross, roughly. All the sites are 10,000 square feet. So FAR 6:1, they really had to max it out. Very compact building. We just started with Jose. I think you guys kind of saw most of it and probably are okay. Or otherwise just ask more questions. And we have about half an hour per student, so they'll present for about 8 minutes, and then the rest will be up for you guys. Do you guys in the chat? There's the link to the concept board if you need to get on it. I'll also share the screen again, so you can also see it there.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Well, I was fortunate to see the entire presentation, Jose. So thank you for that. It was very articulate, and it opens up a whole lot of questions. And I got to try and save some of them for later reviews, but I've got a list in my head because it is really, there's a lot of important things being touched on in the project. There's MacArthur Park. Transitional community, often considered a gateway for people entering the United States, some legal, some not legal. MacArthur Park is a sort of first destination for a lot of immigrant communities. It's also, I believe it's in Westlake, isn't it?
Correct.
So K-Town and Westlake are the 2 densest populations in Los Angeles. And so what you get from that is a real kind of urban vitality in that area that we don't generally see a lot of in Los Angeles. And it's surprising given the architecture, but the reality is that most of the amount of people per square foot or per apartment, you have multifamilies, multi-generations. It's an incredibly dense living environment, and there's a lot of spillover onto the street. So it's a pretty exciting area in LA. Again, it feels like one of the most urban places. And I think you have a really clear and coherent structural type that you're working with. I do question the kind of classical Roman structural typology in this particular community and population, and wondering how those 2 really jive together. And I wish that there was greater, let's see, description of maybe not so much the form of the structure, but the material of the structure, and how that might be a way to translate or transition from what appears to be a very classical model to something that is being informed by the population that it serves, whether it's through material choices, through color, through a whole host of things. But I think there are ways of making incredibly exciting kind of hybrid condition with your structural system there. And a point of clarification for you, I'm trying to understand it. These arches are one way per floor, correct? Like it's either north, south or east, west, and it changes every kind of, layer of the sandwich.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And so, I mean, can you just talk about your decision to go with the arch?
Yeah. So one of the well, I'm going to talk about the material first. So the studio is a concrete concrete studio. So one of the goals for me was to have the bigger arch spans to be casted in place, while these smaller ones are precasted. Then moving to the idea of the arch. So when I was thinking of creating these spaces for the users, I wanted these spaces to become like super spaces and be flexible and adaptable for the user, in this case, the community of Westlake. So when considering the structure that the arch provides, it allowed the design to be if I go back really fast to the axon, the span of the 40-foot arches allowed these spaces to become super spaces, which was about, it wasn't really about creating like these little spaces that would, the community like be housed in, but it was about this super space that the arch provided, as well as like structurally for the building itself.
Well, can you zoom back into that
Yeah.
area? Because when you were presenting and you were on that slide, I thought, wow, that's really, it's a bit luxurious right now. The lack of density in the way that you're imagining this space or the way that you're representing it.
Yeah.
Do you know, looking at the spacing of the tables, of the chairs, of the food carts, whatever it may be, I think that, and whether or not the representation accurately presents what's in your imagination for the space, I think that this drawing would benefit from a much more intensified description of program and activity that really captures the vitality of the area in a way that I think it's a little, that the abstraction of the drawing doesn't present the flavor of the thing that you're imagining.
Mhm. I think like if, for example, one of the the difference, I guess, in the representation was to show how the vendor spaces or the vendors just accumulate in this super space, and how like in that mezzanine area, it's like the program, I guess like the idea was that the program is changeable. So like during a lot of times in the mornings, it can become a farmer's market, and then as the day goes, the program changes. But I understand your comment on like the density of the space itself.
And then one other thing I want to say, because you talk about the super space and you've got these very large volumes, yet I think what you are representing is happening inside these volumes don't require such a large space.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I would also challenge, I really appreciate the range of spans and the range of open volumes, but the program right now in its description doesn't necessitate that range.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that could be, finessed a bit.
Mm-hmm. The idea with the span becoming so big, it was about becoming that moment of introduction into the building itself. So if you're the person, the vendor walking, it's like the space is obviously like so tall and wide that it's almost like that introduction into the building itself, as well as the height that was provided through the span of the arch, bringing back a visual like distinction back into MacArthur Park, which is right across from the building.
Well, Jose, maybe I can jump in. I did come late. Sorry about that, but thank you for catching us up. I think this project is pretty impressive for a few reasons, and one that maybe I would like to focus on is, using a simple a single kind of structural gesture and trying to kind of manipulate that system through a number of moves and creating variation through the kind of manipulation of one element this way creates a lot of fascination, creates the ability for us to kind of move through and find some surprise and delight throughout the project. I think, playing up on that as an idea, there are a couple of things that I think it gives you an opportunity to do, which maybe if you were to continue could keep going. And so one of those, if you look at maybe one of your building sections, when you go down to the ground floor, like I think of the way you describe the potential of the arch, the potential to open up the skin of this building, the potential for it to interface with the community. Your drawing really kind of is contained. So is there a way that you could start to see your project as spilling out into the street? Is there a way that things start to interface and become extensions of the sidewalk? So what happens on the street that perhaps either changes the way that your skin operates or the way in which you might impact the community just around the project? The other thing I think is that, when you look at this section on the right, the two stairs really jump out. And the idea of this very rigid system, and when you break it, when you do things that confront the system that you've created. So you've created something so rigid, but then you find these moments of interplay where you undo what you've done. Those create really dynamic opportunities. So in the rendering, the section on the right shows up as this big bookshelf, that you're kind of sliding down, which I think is really, really impressive. The idea of these 2-story spaces that the stair operates by. Yeah. And I think finding maybe a couple of more, like, where does the program change because you have these 2-story spaces? Where do you invent something in the program that you didn't know was there? And then lastly, I'll just say that, when you look in the plan, and on the left of the plan, you have these very utilitarian stairs, you have the restrooms, you have the elevators, and all of that is up against the property line wall that you can't cross. But it would be really amazing, I think, if there was like 2 floors out of the bunch that you came off the elevator in a different way, or you came up out of these stairs a different way. Like, so sometimes on the 6th floor, you use the stairs rather than having to get in an elevator and come off. And I'm just thinking of some other tall structures like that, where there's something that orients you in the range of a tall building, something that happens that breaks those rote examples of circulation. I'll leave it there, but thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a great comment, Michael. I mean, I think these moments of these moments where the system, the rigid structural system, is confronted by a secondary system like circulation, could be moments of differentiation in the project, like on an experiential level. Right. And I would think with the rigid column system you have, or the clarity of it, you could have a lot of fun with something like circulation. And so how the different systems of the building interrelate, and where, say, something like circulation might have an autonomous set of values or concerns that doesn't follow lockstep the logic of the structure.
Like, I could imagine like 1 floor even, if you were to do another one of these super arches, the 40-foot, like what a reading room that would be on the 6th floor, or like there's some reason it feels a little bit like the program just kind of like stacked from ground up, like you found a place and everything works. And so there are the large arches there.
Yeah, they're on the, and it's actually it's also a reading space and stacks that are happening in the bigger span as well.
Yeah. So I think I'm just looking for, like, how could you manipulate the program now? Like, what does it mean for one of the libraries that would come to mind for me as something to look at in this regard would be the Mechanu Library in Delft. And maybe you've seen it. It's the one where the landscape kind of goes over the whole building and there's this one conical cone reading room. But every part of the program got manipulated because of the space that it created. And it's just a remarkable thing to see that, like, when you go there, the way in which you interface with the library has been inextricably linked to the opportunities of the volume of the space, of where there's window, there's not. And it's a pretty interesting thing to see how program can change in response to the kinds of systems that you've created.
Mm-hmm.
I think we have time for one last comment before we'll have to move on to the next project.
Okay, well, forgive me for coming in a little bit late. I think I sort of wrapped my head around it. I'm not entirely sure about the choice for the arches necessarily, but and maybe I missed why you went that way, but I think it's okay. I think the things that I might be inclined to stress a little bit more, and maybe this is what Michael was just talking about a little bit, there's a pretty distinct separation in your program, right? You're kind of sort of public food court and vendor down below, and then this kind of library space up above. And it would seem like that would give you an opportunity to use even this structural system that you're suggesting in a slightly different way, right? There's a pretty distinct separation between those things. And I would expect that would be the kind of thing that you could express in the building design to give us, some understanding of how that difference relates itself to that, massive public space outside, and allows the public to understand the variety that's happening in there to some degree. And I think even within that system, you are not being particularly flexible about how it might be deployed. So for instance, there's shear walls at what I assume are the exit stairs. And yet you've kind of placed that arch on there as a motif instead of allowing it to do, what it wants to do in a more kind of pure way, and make a transition from spaces that want to be open, and then the arch might be deployed in one way, and spaces that want to be closed, and you have to figure out how those two things might come together. So I think there are some opportunities that came from the program and the pieces as you need them that you could deploy that would give us maybe a little bit more interest and dynamic in the building that helps the public understand what's happening in there, that you could do a little bit more with.
I think the way that I approached that idea of differentiation between the program was like in the elevations. The idea was for it to be a visual distinction of the program. So you can see how, like, the bigger art spaces are those, like in this case, the vendor space, and how once you go up to the library, these spaces become tighter and more dense with the arch. Which in this case would house the program of the library, the study rooms and offices, etc.
Yeah, so you basically restarted the archway, right? They're big down below in those public spaces, and then they get smaller, and then there's another row or two of big spaces. Mm-hmm. So that has to do with the kind of program intensity of program behind it.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, so those are pretty subtle distinctions, right? You're allowing, say, on that elevation there on the right, I'm looking at concept board, you've got some big open arches that have to do with the realm of the kind of, food court and street vendors that are very public, and then the same kind of scale of arches for, I suppose, the more public spaces of the library. So those two program pieces are treated the same. You're just looking at the kind of intensity or openness of the program behind them in that case.
Mm-hmm.
I got it. Okay. I mean, so for me, and again, I'm coming into it a little bit late. I see a program or building parts with a lot of kind of variety and distinction. And I'm wishing more of that variety and distinction would influence what happens to the building design. And particularly with concrete as a building material. And I think you said this is a concrete studio. I'm assuming that means all the projects worked with concrete. You know, concrete is sort of flexible and malleable. You know, you can do a lot with it. And one of the things I might wish that you would do with it is use it in a slightly different way, in different places to help us understand those pieces. I appreciate that you changed the scale of these things, and I think that's okay. I think you could do more with them also, but fair enough.
Okay, super. Thank you so much. I think that was great feedback for Jose. I think it's a project that kind of allows us to imagine how it could develop further in a nice way. So thank you, Jose.
Thank you.
Good work. We'll move on to keep on schedule. You guys will have a little bit of a shorter break, but I think we have enough break to be okay. And this will be Anita.
Hi, my name is Anita. Thanks for being here today. My project is a community center that addresses children, immigrant, low-income, and homeless people. The purpose of this project is to provide a safe and welcoming place to bring the community's residents together and create opportunities for a better living environment for everybody. The site is across from MacArthur Park in the corner of 7th Street and South Parkview. And the main entrance of the community center is in South Parkview, and the secondary entrance is in 7th Street. The site zone is C2, and there is no required setback or height limit for this project, for this site. This community center is multi-use building that categorized into 3 main programs: program for children, for adults, and library. The program would provide indoor and outdoor social spaces where people can socially interact and exchange their knowledge and information with each other. The project would be beneficial to educate and increase residents' knowledge by providing workshops and social service offices and library. There is library and after school for children. Therefore, their parents can access other programs in the building without having childcare concern. And the availability of mental health services would result in residents' well-being and a safer and healthier community. The building is designed in 3 separate volumes, which are shifted to create entrances and exits, and they are pushed in together to create communal spaces and waiting areas. And finally, they're pushed down and up to make open spaces and allow for light and view for each level. In this drawing, I wanted to show how the relationship of the building with the surrounding site and buildings. This is the street view of the building where we can see both cafes entrance and the main entrance next to the sitting steps. The sitting steps are outdoor communal spaces that take people to 2nd floor, where it's designed to helping people find job, write resume, and apply for work. There also will be job fair and seminars to help the neighborhood grow. The cafe will be a connection between the 7th Street and community center's lobby. And also it would create a communal space where a local visitor can eat healthy food, snacks, and drink and enjoy the MacArthur's Park. As I mentioned before, the 2nd floor is designed to help the neighborhood grow. There's workshops, outdoor communal spaces, indoor communal spaces, and seminars and job fairs. since 36% of the population are immigrant, the third floor will be used for helping people to become US citizen, including learning English learning workshops, and it will have children's library, which will allow the parents to freely use the other program in this building, especially in this floor. The building will offer mental services, including counseling, therapy for family and adults, and art therapy and play therapy for kids. The fifth floor is dedicated to after-school classrooms for neighborhood elementary school with outdoor sitting areas where they can socialize, rest, and enjoy the view. 6th to 9th floor are libraries with computer rooms and offices for employees and reference desk. Indoor and outdoor reading zones with 3 sides view are created to for people to enjoy working and study and reading. And this is another indoor reading zone with stacks with the library, and the last floor of the library is dedicated for group study area, and the top floor of the community center will use as multi-purpose community space for the neighborhood. The building shading system has different angle depending on if it's facing south or north to prevent the hot summer sun into the building. And the shadings are vertical aluminum elements that are connected to the curtain walls mullion, and the building structure is a concrete. All the bathrooms and elevators are located in the main volume for easier access, and the 2 egress stairs are in the corner of the main volume. And this drawing shows how the 3 buildings interlock to make this communal space and waiting area. This section shows the outdoor reading zone for the library and the social sitting steps and the egress stairs. From South Parkview Street, we can see the main entrance next to the sitting steps, and the facade of the building is made out of curtain walls covered with shading devices, and the part that each 2 volume came together are concrete to define this shifting. From 7th Street, the cafe and egress stairs entrance are visible, and we can see how the 3 volumes are in different height to get the best light into this community center. Thank you.
So Anita, maybe can you talk a little bit about the skin of this building? And I'm having a little bit of an issue trying to figure out, like, as a community center, as something which is welcoming people to do all sorts of intimidating things, you know, coming for therapy or counseling. There were a number of things you described that feel like they are welcoming, but yet the way when you render it, it looks very opaque. I mean, and I know that it probably wouldn't be because, you know, it's a screen, and so there's some transparency, but yet you, as the author of this, have rendered this in a way that really looks like there's a barrier. And so I'm having a hard time, like, how do you, as the author of this, want to make this something that interfaces with community or interfaces with the public? Does that make sense as a question?
I'm trying to understand. So I'm not sure if I understand it correctly or not, but I tried to have this facade and like in the bottom floor as an opening. So like the screens are in different heights. So it's more welcoming. And also I didn't want like everyone to get to this building. So it's kind of like, it's both private and public.
Sure,
Okay.
but like look at this view right now. Like
Mhm.
if you're coming to this building and you are wanting to access the resources and you're the architect, you're designing this, and this rendering comes out of V-Ray, Enscape, whatever you're using, like doesn't it feel like, do you feel some pressure to figure out, okay, I have to open this more, like I have to create more transparency, more sense of access, more sense of openness. And that's, so I mean, as a technical thing, I can be intrigued by the skin that you're creating. I'm just like, at the end of the day, what it has produced feels blank, feels like as a bit of a barrier to what you're trying to do.
Yeah, I understand.
So, I mean, I have a similar interest or concern about that, I guess. Let me try to understand first where the site is. This is on the north side of MacArthur Park. Is that right? So it's on 6th Street?
It's in 7th Street.
South side. I got
Yeah.
you. Okay. Okay. So that, so the portion of the facade where we would have, let's say, you know, primary sensitivity to sun would be on kind of that back side, really.
Yeah.
That over there. I got it. Okay. So that big public stair doesn't directly address the park.
No.
Okay, so what kind of public interface is there on the park side? It looks like it's a little bit more closed on that side. I mean, so to start with, I think the program is, you know, tremendously useful. I mean, it's the kind of thing you need there. I mean, you know, MacArthur Park wants to be a really beautiful urban park, and it falls maybe a little bit short of that because of the sort of, I don't want to say homeless population, but it's a little bit rough and tumble, and the kind of places I think that could utilize and really benefit from these community services. And it seems obvious to me that they might open up a little bit more in that direction. So that's why it felt to me like this building was on the other side of the park and opening up that way. I mean, I'd like to think of a kind of extension to that public space, sort of pulling up into that space, making those grand stairs be a part of that experience, because it feels like you'd want to have the view in that direction also. And then that led me to start to think a little bit about the facade and say, unlike maybe the project that we just talked about that had a kind of arch strategy that framed views and allowed, you know, the kind of public into the project, you have this screen system that offers a lot more ability to, you can be more or less diaphanous, right? You can close it up and open it up a lot more, and you're not, that's a tool that you brought to the table that you're maybe not using as much as you wish, or as I wish, I would say. And like, for instance, those aluminum fins could be deeper or shallower to allow you to address some of the sun concerns, but more or less open, like you could vary the frequency of them to allow those public spaces to pull out into the street a little bit more. I wish you had done more of that, I think, and I wish you addressed the park a little bit more. And you have a really kind of high density of those fins on the park side where you might not need them as much. That's facing kind of northeast. It would seem like the sun is much less of a problem on that side. And so it feels like you brought the kind of tools to the table, but didn't articulate them maybe as much as I wish you would for either sun protection or for the kind of access to the program, you know, to bring the public in there a little bit more. The other thing I might say about the program, it seemed like as you talked about it, you have this very public sort of offering on the ground floor. And then there's some community resources with like daycare facilities, which, by the way, I think is a really brilliant kind of programmatic move. I mean, those are services that make sense for somebody to interact with. You want to be able to say, drop your kids off, let them play, and be able to utilize services that are there. And so all of that stuff feels like it's really well done. But then you have a very kind of public open floor, it seemed like on the third, like it was very public and then gets private counseling spaces and then kind of opens up a little bit more. And maybe you could have thought about the building as being very public on the ground and getting more and more private as you kind of move up through it. And so, and then maybe let the building design reflect a little bit of that thinking more with the tools that you have for the facade and so forth.
It's a little tricky because I agree with a lot of what's been said. And at the end of the day, I think on just a level of taste, I think you have a very handsome and attractive building. And I am concerned about its appropriateness for the site and the program. I would imagine it maybe more in Century City or something like that than Westlake. And I appreciate a lot of the development you have. I enjoy the section where you detail out the facade and the slab. I think there's been a lot of thought into the form or the expression of the architecture, and you seem to have a very clear vision, and it's producing something that's quite attractive and sort of deceptive in terms of scale. I think the fine-grained filigree of the facade, if I look at this rendering, I imagine it to be a much larger building than when I look at the plans. Right. And when I look at the plans, I understand it's actually not that big. But, I think that there is a sensibility and a posture to the building from the exterior that is a bit institutional or corporate, and it is serving a population. I don't want to imply something that isn't inaccurate, but that might be suspicious of authority for good reason. And so how you, it seems that there might be a rub there. The kind of, I don't mean institutional in a bad way, but the sort of presence of the building and the formalness of it. I don't know. I'm hesitant to say this because I don't want to assume things, but could be intimidating for a population, again, that I think rightfully can be fearful of authority. And so, but the difficulty I am having in criticizing the project is I like the building very much. I think it's very handsome and very attractive. I just am not convinced that it's appropriate for the site or the program. But I don't think it would be that difficult to open it up. I could imagine going in and just removing parts of these fins, and you could do a lot more to allow a sort of transparency with what's happening on the interior, resonate on the exterior of the facade. And I think that's a way of maybe reassuring what's happening inside the building. So anyways, it's a tough project because there's a lot of great architectural qualities here. But whether or not those qualities are aligned with the community that it's servicing is where my kind of discomfort is right now.
I think, Heather, one of the things that comes to mind is sort of like, who does the architect work for? And when buildings are built that have to do with community functions, you can often tell whether the architecture emerges from a government-driven kind of one-size-fits-all, let's make this an efficient kind of stacking of all the programs that the government has to do, or is the architect working for the people, and that there is something that undoes that kind of one-size-fits-all approach where things, the nuances of the program start to reveal themselves. And I think what the term suspicious, I think, is an interesting one, in that when one sees a building that is this one size fits all, you can be suspicious that this is not for me as a member of the community. So I do think there's an interesting, like, when you start to either open it up or let the program sing a little bit, or something about the real nuance of, someone's dropping off, we need a big open, easily supervisable drop off because parents aren't going to leave their kids without being, like, that would be an example of a move that becomes outsized relative to the program. But I think this nature of the skin, trying to envelop all of those unique differences, is perhaps which I think, Heather, you put more eloquence to it. The struggle that I'm having in trying to see this as something for the people, and to overcome that kind of suspicion of authority that anybody, I think, in the community may have.
Yeah, I agree with that slight, it's hard to say discomfort about the kind of corporate quality about it. And that's sort of what I felt about it. And then when you try to understand it as being kind of two skins and being much more kind of soft, your renderings don't represent that. So we have to kind of imagine the best possible, that best possible condition where you don't see it as a hard edge. It looks like a really gigantic tower that you might see in the Upper East Side of New York or something. And we have to imagine it as being a little softer than that. That's why, for me, I want to vary and open that dual facade system an awful lot more and let it reach out there. And I do wish that orientation was different, that it was opening up to the park and the public side instead of the Parkview street, which it doesn't have a whole lot of character at the moment, but it feels like the public interface wants to be to that park side to me. And it wants to just open an awful lot more and feel like it's much more kind of inviting for the community to push into that space a little bit. And if the facade treatment is primarily about sun, you don't need it so much on that north view, and it wants to just be much more perforated. Maybe even let outdoor spaces be there that open up a lot more to that side and make it feel much more inviting for, as Heather described, what might be a slightly skeptical community.
And just one other, maybe just looking at a plan, I think one, as has been said, it's pretty remarkable the way in which you've distributed a variety of functions in the building. But can you zoom in on one floor plan, any floor plan? So one of the things that you could think about also is an idea about threshold, that, in the same way we talk about the skin kind of thinking as a mediator between public and this kind of program space, thinking about how one gets off the elevator or comes out of these stairs, the first thing someone needs to do is get oriented, like you're coming out of a tunnel of elevator or stair, and thinking about like coming into some kind of vestibule, some kind of way to get, like, before you're just in the midst of this, did you get off at the right floor? Are you able to access the services you want? So I'm just thinking about this kind of series of thresholds, from the sidewalk into the building, and arrival at each floor takes a moment to kind of get oneself oriented. And so thinking about how do you create that kind of graceful experience of going in and out of vertical circulation is a challenge. And I think for this program, maybe especially a challenge. And with all the skill that you've done and utilized to distribute the program, I think there's that one moment of transition between movement and program that could benefit from one additional set of articulation to think about smoothing that experience.
I think we'll have to do some last closing comments if there's any. But I mean, I think it's an interesting discussion that, you guys kind of pointed at this, maybe what is the kind of architecture for a building that has this kind of program, right? But I think it's also it's a very difficult discussion because I think we don't really know necessarily like what these communities, what kind of architecture they want. Like I had this discussion with Anita also, like, this is a very elegant and almost a fancy building, right? And maybe it looks corporate, but maybe it also looks more like a museum or, like a Chipperfield building, very nice. And we were also a little bit like, well, there's a responsibility towards the community, but maybe they should also have a really nice building. And there's also, we had some discussions that there's a bit of an urban responsibility as well, especially at this site, right? It's like you have like the most visible facade you could imagine, kind of, it's like Central Park, right? So how do you kind of deal with those two things? I think it's, the community is also very changing, right? It's very in flux and there's lots of different, I think kind of, call them stakeholders or whatever in those kind of programming sessions. And sometimes, I think they're I think like difficult things to kind of gauge the right way. But it's good.
Well, I would like to just let Anita know that it's a really beautiful building. I think that your design proposal is sophisticated and elegant and successful in a lot of ways. And I think some of the things that perhaps I questioned, it's hard for me to understand right now whether it is specific to the design or the representation of the design proposal. Because I do think there are opportunities in the representation, the design staying exactly like it is, that presented that it might actually appear much more open and I don't want to call architecture inclusive, but that welcoming through just shifts in how it's represented, particularly the elevations at the bottom, which I think the way that they're drawn and the way that they're presented amplify a kind of muted quality that might not actually be the reality if the thing was built. And so I think that, part of maybe my discomfort could be located in the representation as opposed to the design. But it's a very nice design.
Yeah.
Okay, super. Thank you so much. I think that was really thoughtful feedback it's we've realized during the semester it's often difficult to organize all this program in such a vertical manner, especially if there was a lot of emphasis on trying to make these real buildings, mostly code compliant and all those kinds of things. So it's a real challenge, but kind of a fun one to figure out for the students. Okay, we are going to move to another group, and then another group will join you guys. I think it's going to be Sarah and two of her students. Thank you so much for all your input.
Thank you.
And Joy, you are good to let everybody else in. Super.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So we stay here, is that right?
Yes, so you guys are going to stay here and then we'll have a new studio with new students come in as well. But yeah, you guys will stay here.
Sweet.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty streamlined. And yeah, I believe we have until 11 o'clock. So if you guys want to grab another coffee or something, then feel free. Yeah.
Thank you. I will. I'll be back at 11.
Yeah.
Great.
Hello, Michael and Heather and Carl.
I think they might have stepped away for a little bit because I said that they had until 11 o'clock to grab coffee and such.
Sounds good. I'm glad you told them that. All right, we'll wait for all my crew to come back, and I might run off for a minute. So tell them I'm here. I'm just
Hey, Sarah, it's John.
Hey, John.
I guess I was supposed to be on at 9:30, but I have it on my calendar for 1 o'clock, so I apologize.
That's okay. We put you on because you had asked for 2. I was surprised.
I did say I think I could do 2, but somehow in my calendar I saw the 1 and I figured, okay, well, I guess they didn't need me for the morning because I only have 1 in my calendar for some reason. So sorry
Oh.
about that.
That's all right. We know I was very impressed that you were gonna do the long slog.
It'll be a
We
slog
don't
of a day.
usually don't ask people to do more than 2.5 hours, but
So what am I halfway into now?
so you actually came at a perfect time because we're at the little intersection between 2 different so what we do is that we do two projects and then 2 projects. So 2 projects from one studio and then 2 projects for another, so that the jurors get to see a variety. So we just switched over. So we're gonna start in a minute as soon as we have the other jurors. So you didn't miss anything.
Well, I missed half, but okay. So at least
But you missed a first jury. But I'm just saying it's not like you're coming halfway. You're starting at the beginning again. So
of the next one. Perfect. All right. Thank you. I'll be back.
how have you been?
I've been good. Just busy but things are good. Everyone's healthy and trying to get people back in the office, but it's a challenge.
Oh, yeah, we've been back since August full time in my office.
Good.
Good, it's nice.
Yeah, I go in, but I can't get everybody else to go in. I get maybe half of the folks to come in every day.
Sounds good.
Will Smith, wow, long time, buddy.
Hey, John Adams. Holy criminy. How's it going, man? Good to see
Hey,
you.
man. Good to see you.
Sarah?
Hello, Carl.
John, what's new over there, Gensler?
Oh, just keeping it all afloat. Trying to get people back in the office. That's the big challenge these days. We're super busy. Things are good.
It's good to see you. I can't, it's hard to imagine that I don't leverage my relationship with you a lot more.
Right? Yeah, me too. we got to get together. Are you still hanging downtown?
Yes. Yeah.
The brewery?
Beautiful, sunny Lincoln Heights. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, let's try to connect one of these days at lunch or after work.
It's great to see you.
So, Carl, you're welcome to stay here, or you can go back to your own, to the other one, but I'm happy to have you in mind too.
Okay. Well, where
We'll keep you here until somebody asks me. We had a little hiccup. All right. So I think we'll get started and I will explain this one. Hello, Mr. Pinto.
Hello, Sarah.
Hello, Heather.
Hey, Sarah.
You're looking lovely as usual.
Ah, thank you.
No mask. Nice to see you again. All right, so we're going to get started, and I think our very competent underclassman who's in charge, the Joy, put the my concept board in the chat.
Yeah, that's your concept board link.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We have all these volunteers who are helping us run this complicated jumping back and forth. All right, so that's the concept board for my class. So just for a quick introduction again of all of you to the students that are here, since they weren't the same students that you saw earlier. So we have John Adams, who's managing principal at Gensler, and Carl Smith, who's at AID. Did I get that right? I missed a letter. AIAD.
LAID.
LAID, yes. Which is a school here that does sort of a kind of a grammar school, as we used to call it. for people getting ready to go to architecture school, either grad school, undergrad, who may not have had previous experience in architecture. They do amazing things in there. And then he's also got his own office, Telemachus Studio. And Heather Flood, who's currently the dean at Woodbury. We have some real heavy hitters here right now. And Michael Pinto, who's design principal at NAC, that does all kinds of schools, and they do some, I'm always very happy because he always comes to I teach an education studio. So for my senior project, so thank you all for being here. For my senior project, I typically do housing. So as it was explained to you, this is a fairly comprehensive studio. It's the second comprehensive studio that the students take. They take their first one in third year, and then at the end of their third year, and then senior project is a sort of variation of the comprehensive studio. In this case, it's dealing much more with kind of issues of zoning and kind of what you're allowed to build, and some ideas about kind of understanding planning issues. For the studio, all of the students worked within what's sort of called the industrial district in downtown, sort of between 7th and the 10 freeway and Santa Fe and Central. It's an area that is about 50% vacant, but it's right next to the Arts District and kind of Skid Row and South LA, and is facing a lot of pressure for development, which makes sense. It's a very valuable properties there. And also because it's currently zoned industrial, it's an M3 area, they wouldn't be able to do the kinds of projects that we're proposing in the studio, but we are instead using the LA 2040 plan, which is the new plan for downtown LA, which is currently under review and will probably be enacted in the next couple of years, which actually allows for mixed use industrial, as long as it's sort of 100% affordable housing. They haven't quite sort of clarified what they mean by 100% affordable, but it also, the new zoning is pretty significantly different from even the designations, the way that it's a different approach to how you kind of what you're allowed to build. So it's primarily based on FAR instead of kind of density of units, or so the FAR of that area is changing from 1.5 to 4.5, and in some places to 6. So it's going to, right now it's all mostly 1 to 2 story buildings. It's probably going to change pretty dramatically. So the students, in addition to housing, they were allowed to pick any secondary use of their choice. It's a mixed use. So the mixed use, some students are doing student housing, some students are doing classrooms, some grocery stores, some are doing a library. So there's all kinds of secondary program, and they also were all, in order to make it easier for me and for them, we selected to have all of the projects use only one building type, which is, or one construction method, which is CLT and heavy timber, which the new rules kind of allows you to go up to about 12 stories. So most of them are a little bit lower, and there's some other kind of refinements of the code that they can talk about if you want them to. But so any questions aside from that? All right, so Tiara's going to start us off. Are you good?
Yes.
So you might, everybody introduce yourself. If you want to say something about yourself, it might be interesting to the jurors too. You don't have to, but it's, I always think sometimes the jurors are like, oh, that's interesting.
Hello. So my name is Giada, and I was raised in Senegal. And yeah, so today I'll be presenting a mixed-use affordable house development dedicated to students in the Culinary Arts Program in Los Angeles. The
Sorry,
architect-
I'm gonna interrupt you. Your audio's a little shaky. It's kind of moving in and out. You might want to just maybe turn off your camera. It might come in a little better. If not, let's see, try it and then we'll.
Can you hear me better?
Yes. So then after you're done presenting, maybe you can come back on.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay, so today I'll be presenting a mixed-use affordable housing development dedicated to students studying.
Oh, sorry, and you have to start moderating. I will shut up after that.
Okay, let me start moderating. Okay, is everything good now?
Yes.
Okay, so today I'll be presenting a mixed-use affordable housing project dedicated to students in the Culinary Arts Program in Los Angeles. The architectural issue my project attempts to address is the relationship between indoor and outdoor spaces in architecture and the way it influences the atmosphere and performance within the spaces. This is achieved through the integration of a central courtyard that bridges the gap between the existing plant nursery and the mixed-use housing program. As illustrated here, my concept aims to express the transformation and revitalization of in-between spaces within the Arts District neighborhood that serves the local community. The overall goal introduces green community spaces within walking distance that will in return welcome opportunities for social interaction among students and locals while contributing to the neighborhood's context. Now going into the information, we integrated the 2040 master plan, which includes new zoning in the downtown area, proposing different programs like mixed-use housing and residential projects. The lot is 17,800 square feet with a base FAR of 1.5 and a bonus of 4.5. The quarter-mile radius diagram depicts the main street dashed in red, the cafe and bars in yellow, and the restaurants in red and the markets in green. Here we see a diagram of the site plan located along Mateo and sits between Sacramento and Bay Street, and also the existing plant nursery called Rolling Greens. The main access points of the site is along Sacramento through the back alley where vehicles will enter and be redirected through the underground parking. This is also the same route delivery will utilize. The secondary entry point can be accessed along Mateo where locals could stop by the cafe and market area while also being able to access the retail spaces and live work units along Mateo. The formal diagram shows the existing condition of the lot with the plant nursery. The first approach was to create the secondary program's footprint onto the site to create a U shape that would welcome opportunities for an open space within the void. The volumes dedicated to the residential areas are then stacked upon it. Then, the outdoor spaces were introduced by subtracting from the volumes while also adding and creating spaces that would accommodate such programs. The overall massing depicts a U-shaped form featuring two towers with a central green space at ground level dedicated to residents and locals placed away from the busy activities of the main streets of Mateo. The gray illustrated illustrates underground parking, the pink, the cafe program, and then the yellow shows like the housing units, which feature a total of 43 units. The 3 designated to live work units, 15 designated to 1-bedroom units, and 25 designated to micro studio units. The overall project has 2 facades. The necessities and individual needs for privacy, the social experience that brings you closer to your neighbors. It addresses the advantages of sharing social spaces and also conserving storage instead of creating multiple shared living rooms for kids. The overall program sits on a 12 grid, which helps with spatial organization while creating the units. As mentioned before, the live work units are 1,226 square foot each. The 1-bedroom units are 650 square foot each, and the micro units are 360 square foot each. The yellow represents the kitchen and dining area. The blue, the living room, the green turquoise bedroom, the lavender, the closets, the pink, the bathrooms, and then the gray area, the balconies. So this is the ground floor plan, and it just shows the relationship between the residential area and the existing plant nursery, which is brought together by a central courtyard. And also the plant nursery also faces the secondary program of the cafe as well. And onto the other residential floor plans, the 2nd level and the 5th level, which are the most important ones, showcase the outdoor spaces. The integration of terraces and open spaces allow for opportunities for different outdoor spaces within the spaces. Because the micro units are tiny, the idea is that social exchanges and functions would happen in these communal terraces, where the unit serves as spaces for more private life activities. The outdoor spaces would act as many living rooms outside of the private living spaces that would be shared with others. The outdoor spaces could also be experienced in a more secluded manner through the individual residential balconies. So as we see here, these are the residential balconies that could be experienced secludedly. And here is the outdoor cafe on the upper terrace, and also the bigger void for the outdoor communal area. The plans also feature single loaded corridors that are located outdoors. So the outdoor single loaded corridors allow opportunities for passive cooling during warmer times of the year, and also act as social areas where the residents could hang out and interact other than the designated terraces and the open spaces. So here is just a vignette showing cafe and how it would be experienced, and the glazing pretty much just ties in the relationship between the plant nursery and the program even more, with the transparency and showing the experience of the courtyard going all the way through. And these are just the elevations. So the first elevation is what you will see on Mateo Street. So you see like a series of modular units featuring the balconies that will also have like shading systems. that could be like arranged in different manners just based on the occupants. And you also see the retail areas that could also be accessed at street levels for the live workspaces. And also right here would be where occupants and locals could also access the cafe area from Mateo. The second elevation here is on the side of the street in between the plant nursery and the cafe. So this is Bay Street. It shows the courtyard area and how the residential areas could also look down and experience this whole outdoor space as well. And then the side elevation from Sacramento shows how the residents also access the cafe on the backside as well.
You're gonna have to wrap it up.
Mhm. And this rendering just shows how the office areas and the live work areas could also access the outdoor courtyard areas. And then the sections just show the modularity of the projects and also the openness. This is just a diagram of the structure and showing the CLT and how it's like operating based off of the grid and how the truss supports that open space. The environmental shows the passive cooling system that happens through those open corridors. And the section detail just shows, again, the contrast of materiality between plaster, the CLT, and glass and wooden columns as well. And this image just shows the existing plant nursery and what happens within the program. There's like a little eating area outside, furniture selling, a meditation spot, and just different things that happen currently in the site. So yeah, that is it. Thank you so much.
So we have about, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes for discussion. 15 minutes, we can go a little long.
Well,
Are
I'll
we-
be
are-
happy to make a quick comment. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to compliment the sort of emphasis on fresh air and ventilation and outdoor circulation. You know, everybody gets a nice generous balcony. And I think the kind of health and wellness side of all of that is really great. The kind of indoor, outdoor, very strong connection of the public spaces to the courtyards. I think all of that's great. My question, I guess, is, are these the modularity of the units in this drawing that you have zoomed in on now? It looks like it is like volumes, right? It's not just panels, or is it panels, or is it volumes? And I think you said 12 feet was the module. And could you help us understand why 12 instead of 13, 14, or 15?
Help in just planning spatially within units. So to like the different bathrooms and the bedrooms in that little space, it's easier to operate like on a very precise module, I guess. Instead of 13 or 15 odd numbers, just more complicated.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'd like to say, so there's a lot of this thing that I really love. I love the little modularity of it. Those single loaded corridors and kind of tower on one side feels like a pretty cool site response. I like the way that the massing works. You have these live work units on one side and slightly more conventional micro units and regular apartments on the other side. I think that stuff is really great. There are a few things I wish you would have maybe organized a little bit better. Like, for instance, the micro units that have these kind of shared like living spaces, they don't feel like they're particularly well connected to them. Like maybe if those sort of common living room things could have been a little bit more in the middle of them. And the other thing that I have a hard time looking past is the fact that you put like the circulation on the two ends, and it feels like it would have been much better for us if you pushed that circulation in a little bit and allowed the units to be on the end so they could capitalize a little bit on the views in the two directions. You could, without much more work, you could have brought those the modular pieces that is the stair and the elevator in a little bit, put a unit on the end so that they could have windows on there that gives some opportunity to those units a little bit. And I wish the modularity that I see when I look at the plan, I wish that expressed itself on the elevations a little bit more in a way that they're contained cells. Like, they look really great in there. And yet when you look at the plans, I don't see that stuff kind of, poking through the plans quite as much as I might wish. If they were articulated on the big facade where it's a little bit more, kind of layered platforms, which frankly aren't as interesting as the kind of modular pieces that you're expressing. And I wish you could have maybe done a little bit more with that stuff. Let those modules breathe a little bit more into the expression of the building. But it's really nice. I like the organization of it for sure. And I like, it's a really interesting program piece next door in that nursery. I love that about it.
I think there's something maybe to jump in on there. Like, I think the CLT kind of modularity, the clarity of creating a system that works is really compelling. I think one of the things, like when you start working with building systems that have their own integrity, the corners and where these different systems interface with each other when you create it either multiple times, like in multiple towers or in multiple systems where you have other less prescribed building systems, those intersections become pretty interesting. And one of the things that I'm wondering about is like, and this maybe goes to Carl, what you were saying about where the stairs are, is like, where do they land? So you have, from what I can tell, 3 elevators, a bunch of stair towers. And I'm thinking about like this ground floor, where's community? Like, where do people interface? Where does that kind of activity that creates this as a place emerge? And when you have 3 elevators and 4 stair towers, that becomes really difficult, especially when they're on the perimeter of the property, that, people come and go. And it feels like what you were setting up at the outset was about this kind of sense of community around food. And I'm still trying to find like, where were you able to celebrate that kind of intersection of residential and this ground floor program and the marketplace next door? Because I think that's a really dynamic interchange, and we could say that it's there because you put it there, but yet at the same time, I'm not sure, how does the orchestration of movement contribute to that as a dynamic space? And that would be maybe something that, as you continue to think about a project like this, how to bring those things together.
I tried to bring them together through the central courtyard. That's why I created that open green space for more interaction between, to bridge that gap they had between the plant nursery and the residents, and then including like a secondary program that was like a cafe. I thought that would have like, been an incentive for both the locals and the residents to experience as a whole. And then through that circulation, they can go upstairs at that outdoor cafe area and also see the whole neighborhood while also, still interacting with that plant nursery. And then, yeah, so that's
So,
how I kind of addressed it.
I think I can doodle on your drawing, right?
Yes.
So like I see circulation here and here, and then this one out here. Like if you were able to kind of create some kind of nexus, something like maybe this circulation can come in to Carl's earlier point, like maybe the stair wants to be more of an event. Like I could start to see maybe that these circulation moments all actually contribute, because I hear what you're saying, and I believe that this plaza becomes pretty dynamic. I'm just wondering, like, how can you as the architect kind of almost enforce or prescribe that certain things happen in a certain way? And I think there's one step further you could go in terms of thinking about how do those circulation systems actually connect and relate. I think it's very close.
That makes a lot of sense.
Any last comments?
I'll just say real quick, I think the discipline of understanding the CLT, and that is a system that kind of requires some modularity. You were able to find some pretty, I think the units have a potential to be pretty interesting. So I want to give you kudos for that.
Thank you.
I just had a quick question, again, sort of a pragmatic one, but it sounded like in the brief that you could have gone higher. Is that right? And if so, why did you choose the height that you did?
I feel like I chose the height because at first it was a bit shorter, but every time I felt like I would raise the building even more, I felt like that outside space that I carved out in the building would get even more higher, and that would like kind of pull it further away from the program that I was trying to still tie it back to, which was the plant nursery area.
So you kind of didn't want to have too much, sense of separation from kind of that whole common area.
Yes. Even if you look at the facade, that first band of like the live work area, that band in the live work area, it's pretty much the same height as the plant nursery. So I wanted to have them resemble as like two twin buildings facing one another. I didn't want them to be too, if you look at the axon, you would see it. They're like about the same height. I didn't want to I still wanted to tie them together no matter what, through everything.
Great, thank you.
Sorry, if I can jump in for just a minute. My computer's very glitchy, so I keep coming in and out. It's why I've turned my video off. But I think that there's a lot of really nice things happening with your units and the organization of the units. I do agree. I think Carl was mentioning it, the potential maybe a little bit more personality coming out on the facade of the building in terms of the individual part to whole of one unit in overall building mass. I was very taken by the rendering on the first sheet that you have, and how it really kind of captured a flavor of the neighborhood and this kind of compressed in between alleyway type of experience that you kind of almost only get here in Los Angeles. And looking at how that as a sensibility translates into your proposal, I think there's some missed opportunities with the courtyard that you have in between, the kind of in between space of the massing in your project that I think has maybe, you know, it's funny because you see all of these apartment buildings around Los Angeles that have these sort of private yet public for the building amenity spaces with swimming pools, barbecues, things like that. I was listening to a cynical developer the other day who said, you got to have that in your project. That's how you get people to buy units, but they'll never use it. So you don't have to worry too much about maintenance. And so I do think in terms of the character of that space, the size of it, the orientation of the units in relationship to it, I'm concerned that it might become more of a fishbowl experience than to have the kind of more, I would say, urban vitality that you present or suggest in the initial rendering of the project. And that has to do with the size, the way it's broken down, the kind of organization. And it has a bit of a, I think it doesn't quite have the, I don't know whether it's the modulation of space that would really condense activity in this area, but I think it's one of the parts of your project that could be developed further in a way to relate it back to the initial interest in this vital in-between space that you really get in this neighborhood in the city.
Thank you. That's a nice way to end. Thank you, Jara.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Heather. All right, so we have one more to go for this morning panel. And afterwards, also just feel free to look through projects that you may not see. There's lots of different kinds. So I think we have Kristen.
Yep.
Where are you? Oh, here you are.
I'm over here.
Okay. All right, very good. Take it away.
Okay. Okay, so hello, everyone. Thank you for being here and sharing this moment with me today. Today, I will be sharing my project, which I have entitled Factory Place Brewing and Co-op. And just to give you a little bit of background on the project, it is located on Factory Place in the industrial area of downtown Los Angeles in the Arts District. And the program consists of a working brewery, beer garden, and work-live units for the residential program. And the program was essentially driven by the new 2040 redevelopment plan for downtown LA, which now is permitting the use of light industrial, work-live, and affordable housing in an area that for a very long time was just zoned as heavy manufacturing. So as a result of this prior zoning, the area was essentially very lifeless and not highly utilized by the public. So the goal of this project in my mind was to really re-energize the area to become a hub for socializing, networking, and housing. And so the most important issue that I am attempting to really address in this project is to create kind of this causeway between the underutilized neighboring businesses and warehouses by providing that housing, social connection spaces, and really opportunities for entrepreneurship. So the project would ideally be financed using a co-op business model where ownership could be bought into. And the idea behind the work-live units is to really allow users to start their own businesses at home in a building that provides social spaces to network and meet other people or just like-minded individuals. So this is particularly relevant today, as many of you know, just post-COVID, people have been really closed off from living and working in physical spaces outside of the home. So this project really presents a hybrid model solution for that. And then I would also just like to note that the design of the project was highly driven by our studio's requirement of using type 4 construction. So you will see that the structure is expressed in kind of all aspects of the design. And this idea is really depicted on the left in my concept image for the project. Okay, and then just looking at these zoning and site plan diagrams, I'm showing the new FAR, which, as Sarah mentioned, was previously 1.5, and at this particular site, it's now 6 with the new zoning. So the site is located on an existing parking lot, which is divided into 4 equal parcels, and those are just about under 7,000 square feet each. And so for my proposal, 2 of the middle parcels is where the building will be situated, and the west parcel will serve as an open space for residents, and the east parcel will serve as a beer garden, which connects to an existing restaurant and patio space. And then as far as parking goes, there is automated parking accessible from the back alley, and that would serve this project as well as the adjacent businesses, which are currently using the site for both private and public parking. So the diagram on the left is showing just site context and depicts sort of these existing hidden gems the site already has. So I know it's a little bit hard to see, but there is an existing bike share station just to the north across the project. And then there is a mini dog park in the back alley, and then the neighboring restaurant and businesses that I'm attempting to connect to. And then the form of the building was generated really with the intention of maximizing the outdoor spaces for both public and private use. Very early on in the project, a grid was defined just by the size of the parcel, and then that was extruded up and down to create this sort of undulating form. And that allows me to maximize these spaces in daylight. Okay, and then just looking at the floor plans, the program is essentially split down the middle by a spine-like corridor at the ground level, and this divides the brewery from the work-live lofts. There's also a reception area towards the north, and that sort of acts as a vestibule for directory into the small businesses at the lower level or into the brewery. And then the south end of the ground floor includes a back of house area where brewery processes for packing and storing could occur. And just above that, on the second level, there is an office that could be used either by the brewery or it could be rented out to another type of business. And then once the user gets to the third level and above, there's a kind of a broad mix of work, live, and affordable housing units in varying sizes to accommodate different people. And the aim really was to be able to provide those individual green spaces for both publicly and privately. And in my view, that's a really important part of a healthy work-live lifestyle. So these terraces offer residents and business owners opportunities for mingling or just quiet reflection as they go about their day. Okay, and then just looking here, these are the loft layouts. So at the first and second levels of the building, there are 1 and 2 bedroom work-live lofts, and those are situated in a Tetris-like fashion, as you can kind of see in the central plan. And this allows me to provide adequate lighting at both levels and to provide those individual patio spaces at the ground level. And these spaces can be manipulated to serve sort of multiple uses throughout the day, and they do offer some privacy for when the units are not being engaged for business use. And then onto the elevations. So all the elevations of this building are unique, and they do respond to environmental factors with consideration to sun and wind. The north elevation is sort of the main street level view on Factory Place, and it features a series of semi-private balconies. The east elevation is where the beer garden connects with the existing restaurant and allows for the street entering the alley to be kind of closed off for events. And it also provides that direct view into the brewery. And then the south elevation is where all the shipping processes would occur, as the brewery can then both import and export goods to serve their business's needs. And then on the west elevation, that's kind of providing some context into the terraces that open out towards a green space and serves as the entrances for the work-live lofts at the ground level. Okay, so just to get a better understanding of how these spaces really engage the user, the renderings on the right depict the rooftop corridor, which acts as a socialization space. And the lower rendering just shows kind of the interior of the brewery of how I envisioned it. And then the sections on the left, those are cut in a way to show really the relationship between the units, the brewery, that main corridor that divides the building, and then also the beer garden's relationship to the adjacent restaurant. And then here's just some other diagrams. So just starting on the left, the plumbing diagram is indicating how those plumbing stacks would serve the building in a way that is highly efficient. The central diagrams are showing the shading strategies I'm implementing and how they influence the form of the building and how they just address different types of light coming in at kind of multiple angles throughout the day and year. So the west would have an egg crate shading device and also has deep shaded outdoor patios, whereas the south would have the horizontal overhangs to prevent that harsh summer sun from penetrating the building while still providing adequate daylighting into the spaces. And then finally, just there on the right is the structural diagram, which is kind of depicting the use of the glulam and the CLT, and then also shows that 2-level concrete underground parking structure. Okay, and then just lastly, these images show kind of more renderings of the terrace spaces and their relationship to the overall form, as well as an interior rendering to kind of give the viewer a sense of what it would feel like to have that connection to the outdoor private or shared terrace. And then the wall sections are just showing kind of the connection of the glulam and CLT structure, which is being cut through the west elevation in this section. And the partial elevation is showing the connection between the units and the exterior corridor spaces at the top levels of the building. So with that high-level synopsis of this project, I look forward to addressing any comments, questions, or concerns you may have for me and just hearing any feedback. Thank you.
Well, that was a really well done, nicely comprehensive presentation. Thank you very much. That was really nice, really nicely done, I think.
Thank you.
So let me just maybe jump in there a little bit. So if I can understand this, so there are a lot of different ways to engage in this stuff, when I suppose is always the case with these comprehensive studios, where you're looking at so much, dealing with a little bit how the plumbing's going to operate, how the structural system operates. Let's start off maybe by talking a little bit about the design. It feels like what you're doing here, the modular system, is a kind of offshoot of the choice for type 4 construction, in this case working with CLT. Looks like you developed a grid and then you're kind of exploring, pushing and pulling that grid to form, outdoor spaces, form these unit pieces. Is that kind of where the design of the project comes from?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was really trying to maximize kind of getting everyone access to those outdoor spaces. So by doing that, pushing and pulling, it allowed me to kind of have that happen in the project.
Right. I think that's pretty nice. It's pretty successfully done. I love that sort of this corridor that moves through the middle. Then it looks like you have spaces that kind of, interplay and interconnect with that and pull off in sort of different degrees. I think that's a pretty nice aspect of the project. I wish you maybe had brought a little bit more kind of, idea or clarity about how to deal with this, the solid and void on the end. I mean, when looking at that, at the rendering on the top, the very top right, I would say, which is the kind of the closest overview you have of the building. I mean, I can very clearly see the expression of the sort of structural system that formed it, but maybe not as clear an idea about how, solid and void works, and like how those balconies might be, connected to or a part of the openness of the building. And I think the maybe the nice thing about this kind of system is that the facade treatment and the structural treatment can be a little bit different and allow you to sort of vary how you deploy those things. And so that's a thing I wish you maybe could have, played with a little bit more and done more with how you clad this system to respond to view and light and that kind of stuff. So you maybe could have played with that a little bit more, but I think it's a nice building. I love the massing of it for sure.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Yeah, I like I think, whether it was intentional or not, the sort of overall feeling of it actually does look like a factory, almost like a refinery, where like everything is sort of separated and has its place. It's all about the armature, and then a lot of play happening, kind of in that armature. So I think it feels right sort of in that area of the city. In reality, when you get into professional practice and you're trying to pull this kind of stuff off, you're going to have to think a little more even about the amount of exterior enclosure you end up with all the pushing and pulling. You want to get light, you want to get air, but every surface foot of enclosure is really driving up the cost, and you've got to make this thing pencil at some point. The exterior enclosure is probably a third of the overall construction budget. And so how do you get that great indoor-outdoor feel with a little bit more, I don't know, almost a little bit more density at the end of the day? It'll be something you'll be grappling with in years to come. But I think it's really a quite attractive piece. I don't know about the solid balconies. I'd probably have made those kind of more open. And the amount of shear walls in places, while you kind of wish that there was more openings in them in some ways, at least they do kind of give a nice contrast to the amount of glass that you have everywhere else.
So I'll throw in a couple of comments. I mean, one, I think it's really well done. There's a lot of thought going into a lot of different aspects of how it gets built and how the program works. But maybe I'm curious about the idea of live work. And as I'm looking at it, I'm envisioning what is it to work while living in this place. And the idea that, I mean, first of all, you're kind of marketing to me a place where I could work at home and easily have access to an IPA seems kind of dreamy. But one of the things I think that makes that dreamy is the idea that working is a social event, like that the new way of working could be, people who either work with you or your collaborators, or, like there's always this question about like who's hosting the next meeting. Well, I think everybody wants to go where the atmosphere is social. So the idea that you could create a working environment that is also a hub of social activity feels like an interesting idea. Where I guess my comment is going is the units feel like residential with a little bit of desk. And I guess the question would be how, like if you buy into this idea that work can be social, like what about a work environment where when you invite someone over to have a meeting, they can come into your space and they're not in your kitchen, or they're not, like that there's some degree of like work as the front door, but not all the way in. So I don't know, it feels like your units are tilted a little towards residential, and that may be fine. But I'm also seeing, like, because of your environment connected to the beer garden, it just offers a different opportunity to have an office that's a little bit more production. And I see you moving around. Maybe you have some thoughts.
Yeah, so that's definitely something that has come up over kind of the exploration of this project. And it's kind of a finicky balance in a way. So originally around midterm, there were sort of these sliding partition walls that enabled me to essentially close off that kitchen and kind of bathroom space to provide sort of that distinguishment. And then at some point, I think because the boxes are a little bit small, it made more sense to kind of just open them up. But that was definitely a consideration of how to actually make these things function more as where they could be separated.
I think it could be fun for you to have produced some kind of diagram that might actually configure these units differently. So to envision, like, what if the culture of the place really goes like semi-manufacturing? These are people producing something. Like, how could these units kind of easily transition between something more residential or something more light manufacturing or even office?
I think, look, there's a lot of great things in your proposal. I keep reflecting on the Artist Brewery in Los Angeles when I see this proposal, in that it is a place that creates a community, or that sustains a community. And there is a very strong sense of a kind of coherent, independent community when you're in the Artist Brewery in LA. And this seems to be a building that has the promise of sustaining a community as well. And what I like about it is that with that, I mean, you see so many residential projects in Los Angeles that are kind of generic rubber stamps of one another. And what you're producing here is not something that would appeal to maybe the masses, and that's okay, right? It's really about locating and finding a very specific audience for this type of living, and it exists. And I like the idea that it's not trying to be everything to everyone, but highly calibrated and highly catered to a very specific type of living experience. That's a, very different way of real estate development than what we generally see, which is how can you be everything to everyone? You're being very specific to a certain type of occupant. And there's a really wonderful, I think, sense of scale in the project, for is sort of large and unwieldy as the massing is. There's always a sense of intimacy. And I think that has to do with both the plan and section distribution of the open spaces, in how they're never super large, right? You can kind of move around this space, and there's so many episodes that you can kind of occupy and customize and make your own, and you don't feel like you're in a kind of generic container where everybody else is, but that you can really occupy and locate your individual experience while being part of a much larger community. And I think that that's a really successful part of your project. And also, I just want to comment, the sort of scales of resolution is very impressive, from the overall massing to that detailed section that we're looking at right now. I think that you've brought a lot of perspectives to the project, massing, plan, site, structure, enclosure, etc., and they're all more or less equally developed. So it's a really well-resolved project. And there's something, while it's very complex, what you're proposing, it's not fussy. And there's something about the kind of, not casualness to the thing, but it doesn't appear to be a precious building. And I think that is something that would be very appealing to a lot of people. So I think what you're doing is not it's very, very specific. And I think it's something that people who want this would not want anything else but this. But this isn't what most people are going to want. And I think that it's nice to see things developed towards not trying to be the kind of generic apartment building model that's trying to appeal to everyone, but to have these kind of hyper specific, highly specialized living environments that cater to very specific populations.
Thank you. Appreciate that feedback.
Thank you. That was great. Any last comments or good?
Well, maybe just the comment Heather just made struck a chord in that, you know, the role of the architect to facilitate activity. Like there's a balance between doing too much and not enough, and like where you can start to see that the creativity of people in space can also claim an environment that you design. And there's something I hadn't quite known how to articulate it, but the sense that this feels like there's opportunity, like it can breathe, is quite nice.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thanks, Kristen. Are you in the IDC? At your desk?
I am.
Very good. Well, thank you, everybody. So thank you so much. And I think for the morning panel, we're done. And we will be sending you all a little sheet, a little survey that's very, very short, as I mentioned, because we're going through NAB next year and Heather's dealing with the same thing right now. So we're all very sympathetic of this many interesting new process of NAB, which is really to have a kind of evaluation, many different kinds of evaluation of the work that we do, from self-evaluation and external evaluation. So it's great to get, I mean, we do it all the time in these kinds of reviews, but maybe a way to kind of quantify that. But I do think if you're curious to look through the various, boards that are up for the 6 different sections, you can, it might be nice to hear your thoughts of how, just even a cursory view of how we kind of handled the projects and the kind of variety of projects across like one section or multiple sections. I think that the kind of the issue that the comment that came up about kind of that Heather made about sort of dealing with things at different scales, I think that was something that we were very interested in this year, which is to sort of work at 3 scales and to think of the 3 scales as all of them as design opportunities, or maybe 4 scales. So a kind of urban scale, in terms of how it relates to the area, and then at the scale of the massing of the building, and then at the scale of a chunk. In my case, it was the units, really sort of seeing them as opportunities to kind of think about how units get arranged and maybe making small modifications that changes how we kind of understand the way that different people, different users, what their needs are and how they live, depending on kind of what their requirements are, from students to families to the unhoused. And then at the detail level is to not really think of the detailing as a kind of just a requirement of a comprehensive studio, but to really do it a little sort of earlier on in the project as a generator for kind of some of the larger formal ideas for the project. So it's nice that that was mentioned. anyway, we're trying to graduate productive and talented students who may be of use to all of you. You're muted, John.
I appreciate your comments and, having been at Cal Poly a long time ago and just kind of watched it evolve. It's great to see that it still embraces reality, but pushes the boundaries as much as possible, but definitely with an eye towards, what you can and can't do with systems and materials and things like that. So everything I see here gives me hope that, these people can plug in and still challenge the profession.
Muted now. Thank you very much.
And now Kristen's already reached out by LinkedIn, so this is good.
She's also the president of AIAS, so she's very.
I'm not surprised.
So anyway, thank you, Michael. John, we'll see you back here at 1.
Yeah.
Thank you, Carl. And thank you, Heather. I hope to see you this summer. We can commiserate.
Yes. Thanks, sir. It was great to be here. I enjoyed it.
Thank you for having me. It's really, it's always great to see the work on the studios there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations, everyone.
Yeah, congrats to the students. Graduation's almost here.
About that.
Bye.
Thanks, bye. All.
Bye.
Kristen, the cursors were distracting. Well, I didn't see that comment.
It's okay. I think it worked out. Thanks.
It was funny. There was people on there that were on other juries. I don't know why they were on your board, but anyway, that was good. I will see you all at 1:45. Okay? Back in the other room. Bye. Thanks, Joy.
Thank you, Sarah.
Made it.
Hello. Hello, everybody. It's good to see all of you. Just as a kind of introduction to, oh, Annie's there. Oh, nice. Just in time. Yeah, just to give you a kind of brief introduction about how things are going to work for this session in the afternoon. We will be presenting 3 projects from my studio, and then you will be joined by I think it's Emma's studio. Let's see. Oh yeah, Sarah's studio. At 2 students from Sarah's studio at the end. So we'll be reviewing 5 projects. I just wanted to make sure you are all aware that we are live streaming this via YouTube. So your comments are being recorded for posterity. And so I just wanted to mention that just in case you felt like you were going to, get out of control. For those of you, I actually know all of you. So I'll introduce you, but maybe for YouTube clarification, my name is Robert Alexander. I'm an associate professor of architecture at Cal Poly Pomona and one of the instructors for senior project this year. We have a student host for this session to keep us safe from internet intruders and also to monitor the chat if it's necessary. So his name is Noah Mora. So he's been tapped as the only 5th year to be doing this, and he's in the panic room with everybody. Noah, if you could post the link to the concept board for the jury. So the students will be sharing their screen and going through a more or less linear presentation of their projects. And then you will be able to navigate the concept board that all of their work is on independently, or ask them to, a moderator ask them to move around the concept board to clarify anything. So I will introduce all of you, and then I will tell you a little bit about our specific site and project flavor for our senior project studio. So I'm just going to go from who's on my screen to the left, and I'll start with Andrew Lords. Drew Lords. who is a project designer at Givning Architect, as well as one of our cherished collaborators in first year architecture department, teaching with us this year. So good to see you, Drew. Drew is
also a CPP art.
Yes, we have several alum. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Right.
We have several alum on our jury today. So joining us also is Giovanni Frutaldo, who is also one of our esteemed collaborators in the Department of Architecture, and has a special connection with this class because I feel like you've had a lot of people. You've had a lot of these people as students, so it's nice to see them as kind of finishing up. So hi, Giovanni.
Hello everybody.
Giovanni is representing his own self.
Yes.
His own firm, the eponymous Giovanni Frutaldo Architect. John Adams, who's joining us. It's good to see you again, John. John, many years ago, I actually worked for John's uncle, who was the former chair of our architecture department. For those of you who don't know, he's a alum and more commonly known these days as head of Gensler LA Empire. And so I'm really grateful to have you here today, John. Thank you.
Great being here. Can you guys hear me okay on these things?
A little bit. Can everybody hear John, or do we need him to turn it up just a little bit? Yeah, I think we need you to turn it up just a little bit. So, and then rounding out our panel is Annie Chu, who's principal of Chu Gooding Architects, and a source of constant inspiration, both in the educational realm and professional realm. Annie, I'm so glad to have you here. I feel like I'm graduating having you here.
Thank you too much.
So just a little bit of a sense of our project this semester, or it's actually been through the course of the year. So this senior project serves as a capstone project for undergrad BArch. It's important to mention that the students, this is really seen as a comprehensive project. So the students have actually done site analysis, code research for these projects, as well as structural investigation, in addition to any other conceptual project that they're bringing forth. So I think that's important for you all to know, just so you can gauge sort of the tenor of your responses to the projects. Also, we are in the midst of collecting survey data for our accreditation. And so you'll be asked in an email following to give your thoughts on a brief survey. It's extremely brief. It's not a onerous task at all. So, you'll see in the next three presentations of student work that our specific site for senior project, we were all the sections were asked to do a project within and around downtown Los Angeles. Ours is actually the furthest south of the group. So ours is just to the south of the 110 freeway, or excuse me, the 10 freeway, and to the west of our site is the 110. So it's in an area that some of you are most familiar with, because it is it's sort of like the automotive dealership nexus of Los Angeles, as well as being where the Expo line and Blue line bifurcate, one to go to Long Beach to the south and one to go to Santa Monica. This location is where Los Angeles Trade Tech College is located, which is basically a kind of cloistered fortress of education buildings that serves as a campus. It's vocational training, but also very community oriented, and serves as a kind of academic training zone for what I called in the last session the sort of all of the back of house of Los Angeles. So automotive technology, transit technology, infrastructure repair. It's an extremely hands-on laboratory and vocational institution and environment, as well as culinary arts, fashion, apparel design, merchandising, and I'm probably forgetting a couple of other things, but basically it's a really hands-on and institution that has a tradition of being dedicated to sort of craft and building in Los Angeles. So, so I think that is everything. I'm actually convinced that Sidra is going to do a much more eloquent job in explaining the problems of the project. So I'd like to, as soon as possible, give it over to her to moderate the Zoom. The concept board link has been posted by Noah. So without any further ado, Sidra, the Zoom session is yours.
Hello, I'm gonna share my screen. Oh, wait, sorry. Okay. Hello, my name is Sidra. Thank you guys so much for being here. So the project that is being proposed today is a design center, which caters to the fashion program at the Los Angeles Technical Trade College, otherwise known as LATTC. So this center would encompass all of the fashion-related studies that they have currently, which includes fashion design, fashion merchandising, fashion technology, and tailoring. And the current facilities at LATTC would not adequately allow the program to grow, and therefore requires a new space to be able to do so. In addition to that, the space of the current fashion program on campus being tucked away inside the school would not allow for any community engagement. So the site is located on the corner of West Washington and Grand Avenue, which is in close proximity to the Fashion District, downtown LA, and then as well as many apparel shops and fabric shops, as Bob mentioned. So after doing some research, it was stated on the LATTC website that many of these apparel stores tend to hire recent LATTC alumni. So therefore making the fashion program a pretty important one for LATTC. So in terms of the massing of the project, it began by splitting the site into 4, which represented the community, classroom, studio, and office spaces. And this resulted in an initial 4 towers. And then using some subtraction and fillet operations, the edges of the building were carved to invite the user into the main entrances, and then put together by adding a facade that drapes the whole building. So as seen through the axonometric, these curves kind of invite the user in where they're supposed to enter. So while the project is separated horizontally, there is also a vertical hierarchy in the programming. So much of the public-facing program, such as the community retail space and the student presentation spaces, as well as the runway, are located towards the corner of the site where much of the public interaction would occur. And bridging together the different aspects of LATTC with the community by creating both an educational facility and a merchant space allows the 2 different publics to interact, which would be the student body and the community. However, because the site is so closely interactive with both the freeways and the metro station, this creates a site that's very highly visible and is can create high traffic for the project. So it was important to clearly separate these public programs from the more private programs on top, such as the studios, classrooms, and the offices and library. So allowing the students to have their space while local designers and local merchants can still be involved in the project and provide a space for them to market and sell. And then the program of the student retail space allows students to display their work and even profit from it, whether that's on an individual level or a school-related level. So diving deeper into the floor plans, on the underground, I have a runway space that is accessible by both students and is available for public events as seen through this collage. And that is accessible through the ground level on the center entrance and going down the stairs. So the ground level of the project focuses this side towards the more public facing program with the community space here, a cafe right here. And then this half of the project starts focusing on the students. So there's formal presentation spaces on the ground floor of both of these parts, as well as a sunken courtyard, which connects the parking to the street level and the metro station. So this rendering is of the community space on the ground level with the student displays up top, and this main entrance up directly to the studios on the second level. And then this is a collage of the back sunken courtyard, which interacts with the northern facade and interacts also with downtown LA skyline and the freeway. So the second, third, and fourth levels is where much of the studios and classrooms are housed. And so although the studio spaces as well as the bridges and hallways, they're all open concept spaces. So although they're currently populated in the floor plans with desks and chairs, they're flexible to be used as presentation spaces, as seen through this rendering, or as studio spaces, or even crit and and smaller runway spaces. And on the third level, there is outdoor terraces to promote a healthier studying environment. And this is a rendering of the special collections gallery, which could include many different collections from different movies or shows, or even an extension of the student displays. Through this section, you can start seeing the mezzanines that are carved out of the project, as well as the atriums, creating interaction between the different studios and classrooms, as well as this interaction between the student storefront and the community storefront. And then on this section, you can see the interaction of the building with the metro station and LATTC, as well as the parking in the back. So in terms of the facade of the project, it was designed to drape around the project and cinches to reveal the entrances and points of circulation that were designed to be seen through the street. So as you can see, the drape kind of comes up through the center entrance, as well as to reveal the corner where the public interaction would occur, as well as the secondary entrance down to the courtyard. And then on the northern facade, the screen lifts up to reveal the lower studio spaces and reveals some of the double height bridge, which connects much of the building. The structure would be a concrete structure with a GKD metal fabric, which is attached to this metal structure. And the GKD fabric allows the flexibility to create something like this that mimics a fabric and can be cinched and draped around the project. Thank you.
I don't mind kicking us off. I'll start by saying hi, Cedra. Congratulations. I want to get started because I got to see this project at midterm, so it's fun for me to get to come back and see how far it's progressed since then. There's a couple things that I think are just knowing what I know from the last time I looked at the project. There are huge improvements. I think that the circulation seems like it's much more evolved than it was previously, and I really like that the 4 volumes have kind of merged back into a singular circulation system, as opposed to the way they were kind of segregated when I saw it last. I think that some of the kind of like ways you're using the atrium spaces as kind of beacons to guide where the circulation is really subtle and nice. I think there's also some nice stuff going on with the filleting that has evolved since last time too, where the fillets are starting to be the elements that kind of like link the volumes back together. And not just be a sort of kind of extra decorative curved wall for the sake of it being curved. So some really nice moments in the upper plans where there's some of those glass filleted, maybe it would look like that on the third level here. Those glass filleted edges are like actually offset from the original kind of boundary of the volume. I think that's really nice. And then obviously I think the screen is like it's the biggest improvement from where it was last time. And I think it looks really great with the way that you're handling the draping, and the kind of like lifting up of the skirt at some moments is really nice. I think 2 comments on the screen that I'd like to add as a sort of question for them. The first one is the top, right? In some ways it's a bit of like a tube top, I guess, almost, in the sense that there isn't really like a sense of how the top is kind of decided, other than it's just a couple feet past the top of the highest part of the building, right? And I think Giovanni will probably remember from the second year reviews we did last week that I'm going to be the person that probably picks on the roof for the duration of the session today. But I think that your roof is kind of an interesting spot in the sense that the screen is kind of ignoring the changing of the heights of the different volumes. But at the same time, maybe it's a bit of a missed opportunity, even in the sort of metaphorical sense of it being like a garment, right? A garment kind of always has an end, a start and a beginning, unless it is something like a tube top, which is a pretty specific piece of almost non-clothing that we're using as clothing, right? So I think that the screen in that sense, I think that might have to do more so with what you're expecting of the roof as a whole, right? Whether or not some of those roof levels, if you scroll up to the sections, the long section in particular, it does seem like there's maybe some opportunities to be using those roof spaces that you're not utilizing right now, because they are captured inside of that screen still, which I think is an interesting condition. I think that there's an interesting kind of set of spaces that you create when you add the screen, in the sense that you can be outside the building and the screen, inside the screen but not inside the building, and then inside the screen and the building, right? And so trying to like maximize each of those different conditions. And then the other thing about the screen, and I think another comment sort of related to it about the runway down in the basement, is I think both of those elements, I think, are also, it's important to kind of accept our contemporary reality, in the sense that a lot of what needs to be able to take place in this space is like capturing of photography and video specifically, right? And so I think that screen sometimes feels like I'm having trouble seeing spots where you can get kind of close enough to it for it to be part of like a photograph backdrop effectively, right? Where you can kind of experience it in a way that it's right up against you, and it becomes the thing that we're identifying. If the branding for the school is partly about that screen, and the kind of entire image or identity of it on a social media platform could be sold effectively, it needs to be able to, you got to be able to walk up and take a bunch of pictures right at the screen, right? And I think that that's the other kind of programmatic comment I have about the runway, is just that when you get down there to the basement, for all of the hard work you're doing on all of the other levels of making all of those spaces feel very kind of fluid and connected, and being careful about where you're kind of positioning solid portions of the interior walls and things like that. When you get down to the basement, that runway feels so like enclosed and like shut off from the rest of the school, in a way that I think maybe even just like the way that you have that grand stair that comes down to the basement level, and then suddenly you're like, if you go up to I'm looking at the basement plan, you've got that stair that comes down from the ground floor, and we're just kind of faced with the elevator, right? And it's like, it almost wants to somehow, that stair wants to have a better relationship with the runway. And I don't know if that runway space needs to be so kind of like encapsulated in a sense. And it almost, I think there's so many of the luxury brands now are picking these like really strange locations to have their runway shows. And I think it would probably be a good thing for you to make that runway space as like powerful and kind of strange as you possibly can in the context of everything else that's happening in the building. I think that might, morph it into something that's a little more useful.
Okay.
But great work. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Have you taken a look, Cedra, at the Johnson Favreau building?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, that's on the south campus of LA Trade Tech, and that's some of the movement of sort of the lifting of the facade, right?
Yeah.
So
Sorry,
that
I
one was brick. Yeah, you know that building, right? Have you gone inside of it?
no, we just walked around it.
Okay, so one of the things that I think could be developed more in your scheme, first of all, is a very competent building, and you've sort of checked all the boxes. And what my comments here are about is to kind of encourage you to really push a little bit more on the architectural side and not just the building design side. The reason I talked about the Johnson Favreau building is whether you are in agreement with the forms or not, those forms that are on the facade really begin to affect and impact all the spaces inside, shapes the spaces within the building as well. And that's one aspect of the sacrifice if you've made when you put only the kind of activated, shapely fabric on the facade itself over essentially a rectangular building, right? So when you look at the plan and you start looking at, let's say, any other level here, the difference between where the facade is rendered, okay, this right here, I'm looking at, the interstitial space in between is basically an unoccupiable space, right? It's just something hanging in the air. And it's a little bit of a shame that we couldn't really begin to capture it and begin to have some of that shaping on the outside really begin to inform the spaces on the inside. Something that was said earlier when Drew said, hey, runway spaces now are in a lot of found spaces and they tend to be a little bit more eccentric. And so, is there a possibility to actually charge your architecture to do more and really push that relationship between the facade and the building space itself so that the spaces inside are not slave to just the exterior form of the building after you've done all your, big rectangular piece and fillet it, which is a separate operation than what the drapery is doing. So I'm asking for the shaping element, the shape elements to begin to take more power in creating a kind of new type of space. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I was just gonna, if you guys can hear me okay, I was gonna.
Very, John, you can't, very soft.
Very soft. Okay, let me try to fix that. But I agree that the screen needs to have more impact on the experience of the inside. And right now you sort of see it, but it's always the same. The pattern doesn't change. It like I said, the roof comments, all of that I completely agree with. I think it can do more where you have a sense of where you are in the building from what you remember seeing on the outside of the building, because it's not always the same. GKD is an interesting material, and by the way, you can add LEDs to it and everything else, but just like has been said, really kind of make it respond more to what's going on in the building. But by the way, I wanted to comment on the kind of rendering technique with these perspectives. I'm very enamored with your graphic ability to kind of capture both the abstractness of it, but there's a certain amount of detail and depth in those three-dimensional views that I think is really nice.
Thank you.
Okay. Sidra, I'm so happy to see you graduate today. I was your instructor in the first year, and I feel particularly
not yet. She hasn't graduated yet.
Yeah, not yet.
Okay. I'm very happy to be at your final review then, let's put it this way. So you building on what has already been said, you were able to create, to design quite a complex, building, and I of this building appreciate a few things. The fact that you've created a very what seems to be like, a porous, accessible type of plan at the ground floor, which seems to be really facilitating, their access and interaction, particularly with the side that faces, the college campus. Though, one needs also to acknowledge that there's a rail line going in front of the building. And I do appreciate also how this porosity in a way is also expressed in the section. I think the sections, they are extremely compelling and successful in creating, this sort of like, this interaction among all of the floors. And I can see this working as, a learning environment where you want to be aware not only of what happens, in the desks and spaces, to your left and right, but also what happens, above and below. So I think that those are really like, strong points of your project. And also what I also appreciate is the fact that despite the fact that this building is kind of like, fragmented and divided into, you spoke about, there's a tension about between these 4 towers, and at the same time, like you are keeping the building as a whole, as one entire element, which I think speaks more also to the role of the building, maybe to the context, to the urban context that it's around it. There was a point that was made before about, the circulation, and I haven't seen the project, at an earlier stage. But one thing that by looking at the plans, like, or even the section that it's now on the screen, there seems that there's a multiplicity of stairs connecting the floors, and at the same time, there's also like, probably the fire stairs that you have enclosed into fire-rated envelopes and so on. And so I wonder if maybe if there was a thought also of creating, some kind of a hierarchy in the way that the circulation works within the building, because I do have the feeling, or I fear that it may be difficult to orient yourself into this building. Once you are in, there's a multiplicity of stairs, voids, and things, and it may be difficult to navigate the building. I know that you mentioned that there's a parking space that takes half of the site. So this is a question for you. Is it something that is existing and you decided to preserve? Did you have any agency on the parking or not? Because the building, has these 2 main facades, one on the streets and the other one facing, the 10 and downtown. So I wonder, if that space at the back of the building could actually also, if it was something that part of the design brief or not, and how these 2, I would like to hear from you, how you also decided, to develop the facades, facing, these 2 conditions, because they both face noise, one from the 10 and the other one from the railway. Yeah. But one faces north and the other one is south. So one is a parking and the other one is the college. How does that work?
So in terms of the parking, so the site where my project is right now, as well as the parking that I have in the project, is all parking currently. And so the behind the site is what I kept from what's existing. I just rearranged it and added the handicap parking to service my project. And then as far as the facades go, the facade wasn't added until I kind of figured out where all my spaces were. So it was definitely like catered to the inside spaces, because I think I mentioned that I did want to keep like spaces like this to be visible from the street. because I did picture kind of those informal runways to be seen not only by students inside, but also like if you're passing by, like, oh wow, like what's going on in there. And that's how like this kind of cinches up to like reveal these spaces. And then on the north facade, I think there is less to see on the inside. So I wanted to focus that more on the showcase spaces where the students would be displaying like their official finalized work as well as the community space, and then create a sense of more of a privacy for like the study spaces in the studios, so that doesn't feel like you're kind of sitting in this like clear building when like people are exiting the metro and things like that.
I could add a few more, and this is if the project continues to be developed, which we hope that, you know, all projects will, as you launch into your career, these things are still very important lessons. And this goes for comment for everyone. There are certain things that are expected to be mastered. And one of the things that one thing has to do with this, the clarity of the circulation, which has already been mentioned, so people can find their way easier, but has to do with like the understanding of the intricacies of how people actually circulate. So for example, the spaces in front of elevators where one must gather, if you take a floor plan view, and imagine someone waiting for the elevator and someone coming out of the elevator, is that current configuration something that accommodates those kind of gathering, right? So, and the other thing has to do with just the kind of privacy of what you see into the bathroom. And that's why very often you see another sort of modesty wall or some other screening, and there's several ways of doing that, so that you don't just open the door and suddenly someone can actually from the public side see right into the urinals of the bathroom, you know? So those are kind of typical conditions that, you know, you would have to be charged to design as well. The good thing about things like that is it begins to add like thick thresholds within the ordering of spaces within the floor plan, right, of the space. Right now, they're still very diagrammatic, bathroom, wall, door, suddenly you're in the other room, the public space. By allowing yourself to design for the accommodations of everything from visual privacy, acoustical privacy, to the understanding of how people actually gather and use circulation, you begin to have to add these secondary layers. Although they're not the kind of primary shaper of space, they also become very important threshold conditions. And threshold conditions are one of the most important things that one has to master, both as an architect of a building as well as an interior person, which I'm encouraging all architects to kind of spend more time thinking about that. We're not always going to be charged with just delivering a shell and core of a building. So those are some things that everyone should kind of keep in mind, how circulation and kind of these privacy issues work within the building. The other thing, one last thing is, I think the hierarchy of spaces, I think you could, for lack of a better way to explain it, turn up the volume on what is small, medium, large, and extra large. If you look at your sections and think about all the through views, right, the kind of drama of certain spaces that open up or across or something like that, sometimes I go through a section or even a plan and I start rating them. You know, is there a 1, 2, 3, 4 type of space, you know, because in a way you're orchestrating the entire journey through your building, cannot be all in one intensity, right? You have to have some places that are subdued and some places that are really heightened. Part of it is to mark and encourage the space making effect of what those spaces are designed for. Secondarily, is just to make life more interesting, to deliver this building not as a building, but a piece of architecture. So things like that hierarchy would also be important as the next layers of development.
Great. Thank you so much, Annie. I think these were really great points for everybody, like you were saying, not just for Sidra. So thank you so much. We are going to move on to Jaylene. Congratulations, Sidra.
Thank you, Sidra.
Great. Jaylene is ready. Jaylene has relocated to the Neutra house, I think. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
special privilege. Okay, Jaylene, the floor is yours.
Okay. Hello, my name is Jaylene Sanchez, and thank you for coming to my presentation. So my project is called LA's Front Yard, and it's a culinary arts center with a restaurant and community garden that addresses the need of good nutrition within its surrounding community. Eating and cooking is a necessary aspect of our lives to keep living, yet the way we prepare food, or the way that food is prepared, cooked, and shared is different depending on who is handling the fruits. Many cultures may use potatoes in their food, yet the result is a unique meal that then speaks to the traditions of the individual who prepared it. However, creating these distinctive dishes can become difficult when the ease of access to these fruits and vegetables becomes hard. This project is meant to replace the existing culinary arts building at Los Angeles Trade Technical College, otherwise known as LATTC, and is centered on the idea of giving people easier access to fruits and vegetables, and in essence, maintaining good health while giving culinary arts students from LATTC an enriching learning experience. The surrounding area is zoned to be commercial and industrial. There are a few grade schools, and the residential neighborhood is located south of the LATTC campus. So indicated in red is the LATTC campus, and the residential neighborhoods would begin south of this. And there is, as you can see in the context plan, there is a lack of green space or markets, and the area is considered a food desert. This means that there is food available, but it's not healthy or nutritious. The food that is available consists of high processed fast foods. So the new Culinary Arts Center would be placed on the corner of Washington and Grand, north and across the street from LATTC. Part of the reason for situating the building on this site is to give the community access to healthy food and build on an idea LATTC had already set out. One of the buildings on the campus that faces Washington Boulevard had a window where students would sell baked goods to the community. So my project would expand on that idea and create a bigger connection with the community. It is also meant to be an incentive for LATTC to expand north towards downtown Los Angeles and create a gateway on Washington Boulevard where there is a convergence of public transportation. So as noted in blue, this would be the Blue Line Metro station, and then noted in white would be the roadway tracks for that metro line, as well as the expo line that goes this way. And then the blue would indicate the bus routes that cross through this site. And then as mentioned, the 10 freeway is north. And then this would be my site. I am combining two lots, 1845 S Grand Avenue and 1819 S Grand Avenue, and both lots are zoned as C2 2DO CPIO. To get the form of my building, I utilized an irregular grid where the larger base dictated the placement of the cores within my project. I then subtracted from the mass to create voids where students and visitors would interact and build connections. The remaining mass would house the program of the culinary arts school and restaurant. Programmatically, the building is separated into two parts. The first part would be the ground floor, which is the public program, which consists of the lobby, restaurant, multipurpose space, and community garden. And then the second part would be the culinary school, which starts on the second floor and goes all the way to the 5th floor. Two of the cores contain vertical circulation and egress, while the remaining 4 contain storage, cold storage, restrooms, and locker rooms. People who use public transportation will start on the corner of Washington and Grand, and they would either go straight to the lobby or they could go through this diagonal pathway that leads them through the community garden. and towards the multi-purpose space that's here. And then this would be a render looking at that corner, and this would mark the diagonal pathway, and then this would be the pathway leading to the lobby. Inside of the building, the lobby is located on the east, on the east, and the public and students can access this point, and the diagonal wall within the library leads them to, within the lobby, sorry, leads them towards the restaurant. And so this is an important piece of the program for the culinary school because students can actually come here and gain experience of working at an actual restaurant. And then following this program would be the restaurant seating, and then in this part would be the multi-purpose space, and then kitchen labs. So this would be an interior render of that lobby space. So you can see the restaurant leading this way, and then the stairs leading towards the culinary school on the second floor. This diagram shows what program can happen within the multi-purpose space. So this would be a farmer's market, and it has the potential to expand outwards towards this pathway. And the bifold garage doors allow for a blur to happen between the indoors and outdoors. There can also be a presentation, and there could also be workshops hosted within the space. And then this diagram in particular, it's showcasing a cooking workshop. So it just shows like an informal learning space where people can come and learn about cooking and good nutrition. And so this would be a render highlighting that multi-purpose space and how it has the ability to extend outwards to, I guess, how it's like the farmer's market, and then create a visual connection from the metro station, the street, the community garden, and the multi-purpose space. The second floor, as I mentioned, marks the start of the culinary school, but students still have a visual connection to the ground floor through these large open atriums. And then the fourth floor shows the kitchen labs, classrooms, study spaces, offices, meeting rooms, and lounge area for the staff. And the fifth floor follows a similar layout. However, this space transforms into an outdoor terrace. So people can come here and look north towards downtown Los Angeles or south towards LATTC. And so this is just an interior view of the kitchen labs. And then this cross section shows the restaurant seating, the kitchen labs, the study spaces, as well as the atrium that cuts straight through the building. And then from the restaurant seating, people can see the community garden, the metro, and LATTC. And this cross section also shows moments where the sunscreen that I have on my project breaks away from the building and creates this void in between. And so this would be a view of the building, the void, and then the screen. This section shows the two atrium spaces within the project and how students are able to come through these stairs and have a seat in these stairs and either catch up with other students or do their work. And then this would be a view of that atrium space from the fifth floor looking down. The Washington Avenue elevation, also the south elevation, showcases the sunscreen, and the sunscreen follows the floor pattern shown on the ground floor. However, it begins to break away from the grid to create different patterns along the elevation while also providing shading from the sun. There are larger openings and viewing height to give the students the opportunity to look out into the community garden. And then the grand elevation shows the height differences between the cores and the rest of the building. And then looking closer at the cores and the sunscreen, you're able to see that the cores are made out of concrete, but they have a texture that follows the same dimensions as the terracotta tile on the sunscreen. And then you're also able to see that the screen is detached a little bit to allow space for workers to come in between and be able to clean these windows. And then you're also able to see that the floor is raised, so workers are able to get to the plumbing easily. And then the terracotta tiles on the sunscreen are arranged in different positions to block out sunlight, and the diagram shows the level of light that can go into the project depending on the amount of space in between each tile. So this would be the winter solstice, the summer solstice. And for the structure, I utilized a steel structure, and the cores serve as the shear. And lastly, I would like to say that LA's Front Yard is meant to serve LATTC students and the community by giving them a piece of home through the front yard and create a kitchen at a larger scale. Thank you.
Jaylene, I think this is a very accomplished project, and your logic of how you developed this, super sound and very convincing. So I just want to congratulate you and commend you on that. All the representations are not like overdone, like they're very, I think they're quite authentic, and they also show the level of care that you have for this project. There's some sort of very basic things that, again, I want to share with everyone. In Southern California, we need shade outdoors probably 98% of the time. So one of the things I feel that may be a little bit shy about your building is that because it was so concerned about its vertical surfaces of the facade, and they're very well articulated, like you're getting down to some of the details of the modularity of the terracotta tile and the striping of the formwork and the concrete, but they're just vertical surfaces. So can we charge them to do something that has to do with the sunscreen? You have the south facing, essentially a very big plaza that links directly into the multi-purpose space. If you have a very big food festival, you would probably want to have that area shaded, right? So that you can open everything up, and now you have an entire north-south for the entire width of the buildable area. You now have basically what would be a kind of market hall. Whether you choose to make those shaded areas on the south entrance retractable so that the afternoon shadows or the morning shadows don't affect the planting, that's entirely up to you. But I think that the idea of a material presence, such as the facade, that could be modulated to actually also provide for shade in some way, I think will begin to take your building from just this kind of box that fell from the sky and just dropped in there to something that begins to affect that kind of horizontal plane. And that begins to also question whether the gridding of the plantable areas, like it has its own modular pattern too, whether this thing about patterns that repeat are somehow imprinted in all the move in terms of even the hardscape landscape. Sometimes the boxes get removed, but the grid of that map of the planting is still there, right? Or something like that. So I think that there's some places to go with that particular notion of the grid that you started to develop.
Can I add something real quick? I think this is a very beautiful project, as was said, Jaylene. And I think the sort of purpose, the social good, the impact is really nicely considered. It feels like, the outside, yes, absolutely could use some shade. Little tents probably could be done more architecturally. But once I get inside the building, it feels like you start to forget a little bit of this whole idea of food processing, food storage, food growing. Like maybe there's a way to kind of infuse the interior spaces more with about what this building is about. Not cliche, but there's plenty of growing and storage, either of editable food or just landscape that maybe could be sort of dragged into the building, both in plan and in section, just to continually remind people sort of what the point of the building is.
Jaylene, thanks for this very thorough presentation. And I do also think that it's a very elegant facade system, very elegant composition. I do appreciate how you've, broken down the volume into separate, these towers that are connecting, these bars. And so there's still the idea that this is one building. However, you've, I think, you've resolved the massing well, and that was particularly clear in one of the elevations where you see, this building against the backdrop of the skyline of downtown. There's a few areas where I think you can, it's now about bringing in that additional layer of information, or like how these plans, can benefit from that hierarchy, or understanding, which element you want to keep or not, and if some of the decisions that you've made, they imply maybe something else that needs to happen. No, so well, first of all, you have, I like this idea of this radical idea of using, the front yard. So much of the American suburban space is this front yard lawn that, are totally unutilized, and instead, they could become areas where we grow food. However, now that once you start, I think that the front yard space, that's the element where probably you will need maybe to solve a few things, which is one, the fact that you have these raised beds. Okay, how do you deal, with security? Like there's going to be times of the day when people are not there and they need to be protected. So how do you regulate, access and security of that? You have this very strong sign in plan of this diagonal, no? And then the diagonal hits the stair core, and there is instead, it's, I don't know, it's such a strong sign should lead, to something more significant than not just being, interrupted by the stair core. And there's obviously what has already been said about shading and all of maybe also changing elevations or something to address the front yard. When it comes then to the building in itself, I think you and again something that was already said about these interior spaces. Now there's so much also new technology in terms of growing food with aquaponics that you could bring as elements also to populate some of the spaces that are shared, and that could also maybe give you an opportunity to start liberating the facade in some areas, or maybe use that cavity that you've created between the exterior louver system and the interior facade. So there's something for sure to do there. Another thing, when we're dealing with the kitchen spaces, where a big element is actually also mechanical ventilation. And at the moment, it seems that from your plan, these ventilation shafts are missing. And so for that, I would refer you to this project by Louis Kahn, which probably you're familiar with. It's the Richards Medical Center at UPenn, but over there, the towers are not only shaft, for circulation elevators, but those are also, ventilation shafts, because those are obviously medical research laboratories. But you may have the same requirements, with a building that has so many kitchen stations. So maybe that could also bring, that second layer of vertical elements, which are not as big, as the stair or elevator towers, but they add, that other layer of interest, to your facade. And final comment, it's the fact, also what happens, at the top of the building, at the moment, there's also another opportunity. There's so much urban farming that happens in I don't know, I think also in New York, in Brooklyn, where the roof of warehouses or industrial spaces has actually been reclaimed, for cultivation of food. So that's also another opportunity for you. But a very, very nice looking building. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, agreed. Congrats, Jamie. This is another one that I get to see after midterms as well. So it's great to see how much you guys are accomplishing in such a short period of time. So very, very well done bringing this to some really great level of resolution. I want to kind of follow on both Annie and Giovanni's comments on the ground floor kind of plaza area. Could you go to the first floor plan if you don't mind?
Yes.
I think the kind of idea of it as a front yard is an interesting one. And to Giovanni's point, we have kind of like very particular relationship with the front yard, both as an American culture, but also in Los Angeles specifically. Sorry, we're still seeing the rendering, the last rendering.
Oh, really? Okay.
But I think one thing that I really appreciate is that we kind of talked about at the midterm too, is that even the care you've taken with like the paving pattern of extending that kind of plaza paving pattern into the building on the ground floor itself. So there's this kind of understanding of them as a continuous plane, I think is a good sort of starting point as a logic, but where it's sort of suffering, I think, is how flat that plaza actually is, right? And so to Giovanni's point about like security and the raised beds, and I think there's maybe even another layer to that of just like whether or not that's kind of like a comfortable space to be out doing basically gardening, and like how that would feel to have to be like potting plants as the train is going past you, like not that far away, right? And the kind of like lack of separation between those things. Obviously, I can tell you're taking care to make sure that space remains as this sort of accessible front yard sort of typology of space, but in the sense that it kind of falls short of actually giving you any sense of space or enclosure, it feels a little loose or soft in some ways. And I think there's this also kind of funny thing about you showing the pop-up tent structures, and I think John and Annie both kind of alluded to this, that those things in a way they represent this very sort of opportunistic or temporary version of an architecture, right? And in the sense that your project effectively becomes an infrastructure for that type of activity, it would make more sense if they became, more permanent objects. If you're imagining that that's what's going to happen there, even 50% of the time, some permanence to those things makes sense. And I think that that's maybe where we can also turn to the cores as like an element that does some of that work for you. I think if looking at some of the floor plans, one of the things that I'm maybe not reading correctly or also just a little bit kind of bummed about is that it seems like the stuff, I think to Giovanni's point about ventilation, but also just everything that like all of these spaces require so much servicing in terms of plumbing and electricity and gas and like all of the stuff you need to do cooking or keeping food, in the correct temperature or whatever it is. And those cores feel like a missed opportunity for their ability to house all of that stuff. But that would mean kind of reorienting some of the spaces, right? So like the kitchen classrooms, they kind of need to like slam up against the cores in a slightly different way so you can pack all of that infrastructure stuff into them. But then I'm also interested in them maybe like happening outside of the building a couple times, right? Are there a couple of those core pieces that need to like chop off the top and land in the plaza so that there's like a sink and like electricity that's accessible by the folks that are out in the plaza area utilizing those spaces? So it's almost like you can grab this idea or this piece of the building that you already recognize as useful in particular ways in its organizational and also just sort of functional aspects in the building and bring that out into the plaza and really marry those two things together. And I think that that'll also then help you kind of like start to split that big ground floor garden plaza into a couple maybe more manageable pieces without it having to, have like a big fence around it or just become sort of stagnant in the sense that you can't access it anymore. But I think all in all, it's a huge jump from where it was when I saw it at midterm. So it's really great. And I really appreciate kind of like the care you've taken, especially at the ground floor level with the way the space flows through. And then also your demonstration of how that multi-purpose space kind of functions in several ways. So great job. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great. We're gonna have to end it there so we can get on to our section's last presenter, Jaylene. Thank you so much. Excellent presentation. Very concise. Congratulations.
Hey, Robert, can I just ask Jaylene one more last question?
Please.
Did you go to Mercado La Paloma?
No, I did not.
That's down the street from your site. And Whole Box is a Michelin rated restaurant within this big co-op, together with Chichen Itza, with same chef. So there's something when you have a site that already has something related to yours that you need to be very curious of and kind of investigate. The rest of the stuff, you're missing a whole bunch of stuff that's functioning in the kitchen, grease interceptors, pantry storage, all of that. So get more serious about the actual detail program of it next time.
Yes, yes, thank you.
Thanks. All right. Ghazi, are you?
Yes, I'm here, Bob. All right,
That's
hi
good.
everyone.
Good
I'm going to
news.
start sharing my screen. Right, well, just let me know if you can't see something on my audio is bad. All right. Well, thank you all for being here. My name is Ghazi, and just to get started, LATTC offers education to a diverse population of students that come from underrepresented backgrounds. Many of these students do not have the adequate housing during their educational journey at LATTC, as they come from low-income families. For this reason, many do not graduate or make it to a four-year university. To improve the learning at LATTC, the campus urgently needs a dedicated student housing that will serve the student population in many ways. The pictures you see are 9 out of the 121 potential student users of the LATTC student housing. Each one of them come with a different story, but they all share a similar goal, reaching success. After looking through a number of case studies of student housing, 5 important elements developed to shape new community college housing: live, learn, network, develop, and achieve. LATTC student housing or residence will give students the space to live during their journey to graduation, to focus on learning in class and during student interaction. This facility will allow the students to network with others from different backgrounds and major to develop future connections and relationships. These positive impacts will develop student knowledge, skills, and character, which will help them achieve their goals to start a career or transfer to a four-year program for a higher degree of knowledge. The items I have mentioned have shaped a building that relates to campus, but at the same time, it has a unique form that can be distinguished for the purposes it serves. The site chosen for LATTC residents sits across the northeast entrance of the main campus, next to the Metro line. The site is almost shaped to the square, is open to 3 different streets, and it relates to the main campus while also relating to the entire city. Currently, the LATTC campus is shaped in a way that keeps outside interaction away from students. For this reason, this site becomes part of the campus and part of the surrounding context at the same time. As you can see, many commercial buildings are around campus with no close by housing for students to live in. This forces students to live far from campus. You can also notice that the surrounding context is missing open green areas as they're only established on the main campus. This is why open outdoor areas become an important aspect of the building. The program is providing different housing options with a single unit for 1 student, a 1-bedroom unit for 2 students, or a 2-bedroom apartment for 4 students. Shared student spaces are mainly on the ground level as they provide an opportunity for interaction between student residents. A central outdoor courtyard, a roof garden, and multiple outdoor areas on each level give the students the opportunity to interact beyond their living units and indoor shared spaces. The program formed multiple modular massings that were stacked and shifted to produce a dynamic form. It also follows a structural grid with 4 main central cores carrying the structure of the building. The ground level unique curved curtain wall demonstrates students' limitless unique capabilities of innovation as they share spaces for multiple purposes. The units above are identifying each student's or each resident or residence. The building is also not taking away land for outdoor areas, as many green areas are elevated on different levels throughout the site. The ground level provides outdoor greenery for public to use, while also interior courtyard as a main interaction for students. Studio space is available for those who work on specific projects or develop new ideas/physical objects. These projects can be displayed in the gallery/event space that invite guests and other students from campus. A small study library is available for studying alongside the outdoor seating area. A gym is also available for students to use for physical and mental wellness. On the level above, each unit is uniquely shifted to create a dynamic corridor. Daylight is also important for this corridor as they have a view toward the interior courtyard. On this level, you can see multiple elevated outdoor areas where students form due to the unique curve formed on the ground level. On the second level, a similar pattern continues and the structural grid becomes more visible. This modular pattern continues through all 4 levels, all the way up to the 4th level. As we reach the 4th level, an outdoor roof garden is implemented for students to use during the regular days for gatherings and even events to display their talents. Overall, the form of the building becomes an icon for the campus and the site itself. The colors used on the walls are inspired by the school main colors and logo, which creates a connection to the main school campus. The central courtyard provides a very interactive atmosphere as students enter and exit the building, circulate from one room to another, or use the outdoor seating for different activities. The roof also becomes an interactive space with many views, such as sunrise and sunset to the west and east, a view of the LA skyline to the north, and a view to the campus to the south. Students can also share their special talent on this level. Each unit will be special for each student as it becomes a home for their 2 or 3 year journey at LATTC. The library is an adequate quiet space on the ground level for studying and reading, especially for residents. The studio space becomes the center of the student creativity as they all come together to work on their projects in a very interactive studio culture. The main purpose of this space is to allow students to learn from each other and develop a long-lasting connection that we similarly build within our own architecture studio at Kappa Pomona. The curvature of the current wall and the shifting modular units create a very dynamic facade that they can be seen in each elevation. This is also shown within the section of the building as different spaces are formed one on top of the other in a very dynamic pattern that allows for more green surfaces. The structure of this building is formed through 4 main concrete cores and rigid steel structural grid that is placed around the 4 cores. Exploded diagram shows how the load transfers from top to bottom. Concrete on steel deck is also used alongside the steel columns and beams to shape the structure. Interior metal framing is used to frame the interior walls and surfaces and planters on the roof for trees to grow. Lastly, the shifting of the units provides shading for the units below during the hot summer days, while also allows for the winter sun to enter the units. Glazed unit facades are operable to allow spring and fall wind to enter the building and cool off interior spaces and leave through the ventilation openings on the other side. Vegetation on site or on the building is also used to provide shade. Overall, the form of the LATTC student housing supports the LATTC main goals and student abilities to live, learn, network, develop, and achieve success. Thank you. I'll share my console board.
Kasi, thank you for the very thorough presentation. And again, you know, the logic is very sound and you've done all the requirements, and it's great to see some of the images of your vision for some of the public spaces. Landscape seems to be an emerging and important aspect of your project. The idea about having a sort of curvilinear plinth or base for the rectilinear building, it's a pretty bold move. I wanted to focus on maybe that first rendering, the sky view of actually the aerial view of the whole model, which is on the second square. Yeah, right there. I'm looking at that right now. I wanted to talk about the concept of marking space and making space. When things make space, like we understood how elements, primary architectural elements come together, such as walls, floors, and make a space. So looking at those exterior landscape that are now beginning to emerge between the building facade and your treatment of the green that's rimming the exterior perimeter of the building, I would say that maybe one participant is making space and another participant is actually just marking space. And to give this concept of having this very different form from the building a stronger reason to be in the building, I think that one will have to spend a lot of time actually programming and understanding the use of that exterior space, not just as a park walkway to walk your dog in front of the glass, but also to think about possibility of gathering space, places where, you know, section comes into play. It's very telling when you look at your building sections, when you start cutting through the section of the building, let's say any of the large sections, you don't really take it through to the landscape in any way. You see them as object buildings. Maybe at the bottom left, when you start looking at the section, you know, talking about the floor of the building, there's a tree situated outside of it. That somewhat makes a space, but it's not a determined way of making space. Whereas on the interior, you're pretty rigorous in sort of marking and making space. Then this threshold area between your building and the city doesn't participate with the same amount of rigor. So I think that that's where I would spend a lot of time, really kind of deciding on how the landscape and these spaces that are actually external to the building, or maybe could be more perforated and invasive of the building, can happen at this first level, because that will be what differentiates your project from a very competent building to you know, something that is very, I don't know what you call it, stick in your ribs kind of architecture, right? Something that very effective when you're actually inside of it. So yeah, I think section, landscape is sort of where I would go.
Understood.
Don't be afraid of the ground plane. A lot of people don't touch that ground plane. It stays horizontal forever.
Ghazi, thanks for you know, for this project and for the very thorough presentation. And also I want to commend you on, you know, like the definition of all the drawings. It seems that you took great care, you know, in the representation of your project with multiple views, elevations. It's nice to see color, and it's also I also appreciate that you took upon yourself of also, like, you know, detailing what the domesticity of some of these spaces. In the end, you know, like, these are places where, like you said, you know, students are gonna live for a few years. When I was looking at the floor, when you were browsing through the floor plans, and I was looking at the floor plans, I was wondering if there also at the residential level, you know, there's maybe there's some opportunities for you that have not really been exploited. At the same, you know, like what Annie was just saying about, you know, this sort of ring that you have around the building, you know, that at the moment it's just like a path, and it doesn't really, it doesn't create, you know, a place. I kind of read the same thing also for the corridors that are outside of the dorms or the residences, because they seem to be particularly on the, they see, if you look at the floor, any floor plan, they seem to have an importance, you know, in plan. They have a section, a size that is comparable to that of the residential units. But they are not really articulated. No, they're not really articulated as spaces that can be occupied for, I don't know, for people to gather together as an extension of their own private space. There isn't also a connection among, you know, between floors. And I don't know if you've explored, you know, also maybe sectional opportunities, you know, that you may have between the floor plates. And another element, you know, that makes, you know, community is, you know, the shared facilities. So you do have, you know, the library and the gym. However, there's also at every floor, there's also other opportunities to gather, maybe, among smaller groups of students. And some of these gathering opportunities are also, services or servant spaces that you provide, like the laundry room. Maybe rather than being, just a small room or a closet, can become, such a larger space where people do the laundry, and then they get also to spend some time, or like the shared cooking facilities. I believe there's a secondary layer or level also of development that can happen on these floor plans when you look at like the negative space, almost like remove the units and focus only on all of these corridors and shared spaces. And I do appreciate, the section in the way that you've developed it, so that the floors above, provides shade to the floor below. And so there's a certain attention, I believe, to the fact that here in Southern California, we need shade, and we would need rain too, obviously, but that's not up for your project to provide. Now, you have a very nicely rendered, roof space where there seems to be also some work done in section. However, there aren't really shading, devices on the roof. What I mean is that if you want really people to occupy this roof, that needs to be also comfortable and be able to be on the roof, maybe study or do some of the things that they may not be allowed to do indoors. Like I'm sure you are aware that, for instance, at the IDC, you guys cannot use any spray or anything like that. So what happens, for all of these students who study in the school and they need to do maybe some work from home, what if there's, an outdoor space on the roof where they can actually also do some of the studying? And I just have a question for you, and it's because this has already been brought up. Like, what is the reason? Why did you choose really to do the curve at the first floor? What was the reason, and how did you modulate really that curve?
Yeah, so the reason I did the curve on the ground level, initially it did have the same linear geometry, just like everything else on top. But I realized these are the shared spaces, almost like in a sense in semi-public where people would come in. So in a sense, when it comes to massing and form in general, I just want to distinguish it from the housing. And it becomes this very like cool type of just facade on the ground level that you see as you drive by. That's one of the reasons. And one of the ways I implemented or kind of designed this type of curvature from the grid, if we go back to a ground level, it's kind of almost like going between, almost like a snake just going between all these columns, and that's how that curve was created.
I think, Giovanni, you put a really good point. This is a very sort of typical question we always have with the students. How did you come up with the curve? And what is important to understand, and this applies to everyone again, when you start looking at curves, you have to understand the many different typologies of curves that could happen in geometry. So, you have these curves, you have like the Aldo von Eyck circle, you have the Alvar Aalto curves, you have the Enrique Miralles curve. I mean, they're all very different. Some are like swung from an airplane wing section, like a Calatrava curve is different. They all have implications on space within. They all affect how you actually lay out furniture and how you use it. So the fact that there is a curve to begin with that looks like the snake does not mean that you end up a project with the curves that look like a snake. So you have to become like the world-renowned expert on, architectural curves, right? And then you can really work that, because some of the things about, if you can allow me, I will try to illustrate something. Say, for example, if this guy was actually out to here, and this one is actually a straight curve, and suddenly you have another space in here that is different, right? They have, curves that are kind of drawn from a circle that has the long line is different than the one that is like a piano. They all have different spatial implications. I wanted to get back to Giovanni's point. I think it's really important. Can you zoom into a couple units on your floor plan? Yeah, just zoom way in. Yeah. Okay. Good enough right there. Whoops, right there. So if you would just like think about Giovanni's talk about, hey, you know, you got to allow people to have spaces to gather in this situation. If you were to just change your, somehow make your door this way and then close this wall up on the side, right? So that you now have the opportunity to make a wall here. Maybe that wall includes a little bit of a return, or it might have, you know, a bench element on one side, which might be reciprocated by, you know, this move here where you bump this guy out, and then you now have, let's say, a bench on this side too. And suddenly I just made a living room for somebody, you know, to sit here and kind of chit chat with each other on the way. Someone walk by and say, hey, you know, hi, you know, what's going on and stuff, because they were chatting against each other. You know, so these are that kind of thickened threshold and the cluster, the second degree of cluster. These are not just individual students, they form communities of different size. Here, by changing the door, you make them see each other on the way out. You know, they feel like they own this little space right here that belongs to both of them, right? Something like that, right? So you will end up with a community of an individual, a community of a pair, a third, a fourth, or six, you know, and then it grows to the larger scale. And it makes people more comfortable to interact, whether they're introverted people or extroverted people.
Sure.
Is that helpful? Okay.
Definitely. Now I totally understand. Definitely.
I think this might be a good point to transition to the kind of overarching reality of the courtyard scheme, right? I think both Giovanni and what Andy just drew for us, clearly Andy's been practicing drawing on Zoom for a while now. That was a great little illustration to show how you can she's in some ways what she's doing is enhancing what you've already started, right, with the staggering of the units, which I think we're all obviously drawn to as people who generally avoid trying to make dark, dim, long, drawn-out corridors that are without rhythm. So you've got a good starting place there. I think that the courtyard scheme of the thing is where I want to dig in for a second, because there's something kind of overlapping too with what we're talking about down at the podium level on the ground floor. If you go back to the ground floor plan for a second, you've kind of like let the restriction of the courtyard as the type dictate how those ground floor spaces are getting developed. And so there's a real like lack of depth of space for some uses that need depth in terms of how you, and then on top of that, you've added the layer of this curve thing, kind of like making to Andy's point, those spaces even more kind of constricted in certain areas. And so the courtyard as a scheme, I think you have to kind of reconcile what that means when we take the middle out of the building, when we accept we've got a deep block condition, but we're just going to hollow out the core of it. Now we're suddenly limiting a lot of the potential of something that is deeper than maybe the past two projects we were looking at, where we had much more linear typologies. I think along with that, there's this kind of question about the podium level and how, you know, you made a useful comment about the kind of need to differentiate it from the living quarters, the kind of separation between the two program types. But the curve, I think, comes off as just sort of like symbolic or iconic in a sense, and not really a useful addition. And I'm wondering, I'm sure that you guys all are aware of the Star Apartments project by Michael Maltzahn, which I think has some overlap here. Again, it almost seems like some of your units are modular and they're probably being plugged into the structural system. But I think that project does a really good job of separating the podium from the residential portion of the building. And going back to something Giovanni was speaking about up on the roof, right? There's the care that's taken with the Star Apartments is to make that lower roof into that gathering space, the outdoor amenity space. And what it does is it means that it's mostly covered, or it's usefully covered in a lot of portions. So I wonder if rather than the curve language that you're introducing. It's about actually adding like a gap between the two pieces of the program, right? So the differentiation coming from a massing move as opposed to kind of like a linguistic or tectonic like shift in the storefront system. But I think the Malton Apartments is probably like, or the Star Apartments is a good kind of like place to look at how that using that gap in between can become. You really don't need that courtyard to go all the way down to the ground floor, especially with the way that you're starting to draw solid walls on the backs of the spaces that you have at the ground floor. It makes the light well effect of it not all that useful. So can you make it a deep block again, give that space back to those spaces that need it down on the ground floor, add this sort of plinth level, and then start to use that as your communal gathering areas.
Definitely. I mean, Star Apartments was one of the build study case studies I looked at. And the reason they kind of did that way, they want to separate the commercial from the residential on top. So in a sense, if I do that in my project, that could work, and it could be really helpful. That way, I can open up the ground level to other students from campus, and not just the residents who live there too. So I totally understand.
Thank you very much for all of your comments. Those were great. Again, I've been writing notes like crazy, very appreciative of all of your comments, and definitely will inform future senior projects. So thank you very much. You will be being joined by Sarah in very shortly. So if our jury could all hang out in this room, she will be coming in with her students. We will be whisked off to a different channel. But again, I just wanted to say how much I appreciated all of your thoughtful comments, and I met all of you. I know all of you, and it was really good to see your faces, and I hope to see them in person again very soon. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Robert. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations, Gazi. Sorry, we didn't say that. Good work.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. Look at lots of my favorite people. How is everybody? Hi again, John.
Hi, Sarah. Nice to see you.
You get to see two more of mine. I thought we gave you 3 different studios, but
You didn't scare me away.
I guess that was. Hi, Annie.
Hi, Sarah.
Are you home in your nice house?
I'm home.
No construction going on right now?
No, we're breaking ground next month.
Oh, exciting. Hi, Giovanni. Hi, Drew.
Hey, Sarah. Good to see you.
Nice to see you all. All right, so I'm going to do a super fast introduction so that you don't stay longer than, we don't make you stay longer than you need to. So in my studio, we looked at mixed-use housing. The neighborhood is the industrial district adjacent to the arts district. So the students were asked to select sites between 7th and the 10 freeway and Santa Fe and Central. And because this area is currently all zoned as M3, which is heavy industrial, but we did not use the current zoning, so they looked at what was allowable to be built under the current zoning, but instead we used the proposed zoning and the master plan for the LA 2040, which actually allows this area to have mixed use housing as long as it's affordable housing or some form of sort of, it's called mixed use industrial. So can have pretty much any program and housing. And the other big difference is that currently everything's zoned 1.5 FAR, and the new zoning allows it to go up to 4.5 with some credits and even all the way up to 6 in some areas. So it's going to pretty much transform this part of downtown over the next 20 years, basically from an area that's 1 or 2 story kind of old scale, small scale industrial buildings, a lot of boat trust buildings that are there right now. There is a provision, and it will come up in the only project in my studio that actually addressed the issue of saving some of those boat trust buildings. The last project that you'll see, I think she was the only student that actually incorporated one of these old industrial boat trusts, that we all like very much, right? These brick buildings with these beautiful ceilings into her project. I think that's most of what I had. They were sort of working at 4 different scales: the urban scale, the building scale, the detail scale. The kind of material ideas came in early instead of at the end, so that they would actually influence their design. And in my class, we actually started with the unit plans. So the units helped to generate some of the massing, instead of having it at the end as a kind of, make a shape and infill the project. So the units were pretty important. They could choose whatever user they wanted, and obviously whatever secondary program they wanted to include. That was really up to them, but they did have to have some housing that was appropriate, some form of affordable, whether it was, a couple people had a lot of it sort of worker housing or artists, like low-income artist housing, or some permanent supportive housing. Anyway, I think that's enough to get started. And I'd just like to reintroduce the jury quickly, because this is a new crew of students. So we have Giovanni Frutaldo, who teaches with us at Cal Poly and has a lot of experience with housing. was at Lorcan O'Herlihy's office, so you all know that office well, and Annie Chu, who's principal of Chu Gooding, and has done all kinds of projects, and also used to be head of the interiors program at Woodbury. And
Actually, I was never a head.
you weren't?
No, never.
Well, we all thought you were.
I was faking it.
Anyway, she appeared to be the head, but anyway, I guess she was a faculty member there, and a great colleague, and came out of Frank Israel's office, which is also interesting. And then Drew Lords, who you've met before, he's teaching with us. He's a designer at Giving, so is very familiar with this part and with adaptive reuse, which is helpful for our last student today. And then John Adams, who you met earlier, who's managing principal at Gensler, and who is the nephew of Bill Adams, who some of you know. Students don't know Bill anymore because he's left too long ago, but Bill was the chair of our program before I was there, and he was a great faculty member and used to lead senior project when he was at Cal Poly. Anyway, I will let you get started. We're going to start with Imani. And if you all want to say anything about yourself, just briefly to give the jury some idea of who you are. And I will share my screen. And then, let me see, and Imani will moderate. If you want to, I will add, let's see, I'll add the board to the chat so that you can navigate on your own too. Sometimes it's annoying that you can't move around, can't see what you want to see. All right. Let's see. All right, it's all you, Imani.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Imani. I'm from San Diego, is the interesting fact, and thank you all for coming today. So the shop is a mixed-use housing project that addresses the adaptation of individual business owners and brick-and-mortar retail. The two programs, Production Warehouse and Self-Owned Retail Space, work in liaison to support niche businesses and a balance in working from home. Current zoning challenges the idea of residential and light industrial coming together. And at an artist exhibition hosted by West Coast Craft, business owners were asked where shop operations took place. Most owners had no option but to use their own living spaces to accommodate production, shipping, and other market standards. So this project explores design opportunities to aid in users' individual needs and their business endeavors as entrepreneurs create their own boundaries in work and daily living. The surrounding neighborhood, sorry, you guys can see that. The surrounding neighborhood varies between light industrial, residential, storefront shops, restaurants, produce warehouses, and is in close proximity to the Arts District. The site faces on the corner of Violet and Santa Fe Avenue, a block away from Soho Social Club, and across the street from Alpha Cast Foundry. Users have a work-live unit with the option to operate their business in the retail space on the first through third levels, or other related program like the production warehouse, workshop, and office space. A public ramp on levels 1 through 3 is integrated to emphasize inclusivity, connecting the ramp circulation from street to the third floor outdoor space, provides accessibility to all members and visitors of the community. Additionally, the ramp guides visitors through a point travel and arrival outline, entering the site from street and traveling along the ramp to each shop destination. Entering off of Santa Fe, the first floor program shows a cafe and individual shops. On the ground floor with the ramp in center and a workshop experience on the corner of Santa Fe and Violet. And then towards the back of the site is the production area, parking that is automated, shipping and handling, and the freight elevator for all production levels or retail levels. The second and third level program follow the ramp, directing visitors to the open retail on the second level and the open dining on the third. And the facade, oh, actually I'll go, well, that's fine. The facade is a glass curtain wall with wood louvers attached for shading and movable shaders on the housing level. In the first floor interior, just showing the retail layouts, selling pottery and various kitchen and home essentials, and the ramp shown in red, and the secondary open space furniture store and plant shop on the second level. Sorry if my mouse is like moving you guys crazy. It's like really glitchy on my end. Hopefully it's not too choppy. The units are organized on a single loaded corridor with 2 bi-levels of office space. The first unit, or the 1-bedroom unit, is 700 square feet with 100 square foot dedicated office space on a level above or below their unit. And the 2-bedroom is a 900 square foot unit with 180 square foot office space next door to their unit, as you can see here. And the 3rd bedroom has a stair in their unit to a 280 square foot office space. And the bi-levels on the open space are opened up in the corridors so that all the users can work outside for each level. The section shows the ramp at ground level, the production spaces and the interior units, and the corresponding interior view with the first floor ramp. And the second section shows you continuing to travel along that ramp in the second level, and the corresponding view when you reach this space and can still see the ramp at ground and throughout the project. The east elevation just shows the bi-level of office spaces in the project and the double height production space at ground, and the front elevation showing the ramp as it reaches the 3rd floor outdoor space. And the structural system was heavy timber and CLT, and used a 12 by 24 grid throughout the entire project, and just showing the cross ventilation for the units on each level. Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Imani, thank you so much. Really nice project, and congratulations for getting to this point. Can you talk a little bit more about the ramp, sort of, again, sort of both the functionality of it and sort of just how it is, if it is inspiring the design of the project? It seems to be a fairly kind of functional and contained object that has a lot of potential. It doesn't seem as celebratory as I might expect it to be, or in a sense of like being that visible or programmed or accessible necessarily, but help us understand a little bit better about this key feature to your design.
So do kind of imagine the ramp as this focal point for the visitors and users. Although we had to kind of dedicate most of our time to figuring out the rest of the program for the project, I still wanted to emphasize the ramp because the ramp is placed in the center of the project, and in majority of the points, visitors are able to see the user side of production, kind of being like that division of space. And then vice versa, the users can always kind of have an eye somehow relatively on their shops, or just throughout the site. But the main sort of idea was just bringing them both together, because the visitors rely on, or the users more so rely on the visitors to be able to kind of operate the whole shop. So I wanted to make sure that the visitors themselves could see how the users are the ones inside and actually doing the retail.
Well, it might be that it's hard to understand it the way it's portrayed still. But if there are manufacturing areas constantly along that sort of, ramped roadway, and that roadway becomes like a place where activities occur and goods are moving up and down constantly, and that there's other functions that are really plugged into it, that would be exciting. It doesn't quite, it looks more like a functional ramp that seems to kind of go around, the outside of the ground floor, where it's just up against a wall or up against a bunch of glass. And yes, it's visible from the outside, but is it really being used by all the functions that are next to it? It doesn't appear to be as utilized as it could be. I don't know if others have.
No, I think that's a good point. Do you have a suggestion on how that interaction would be better fit?
Actually, if I can interject, the first thing you have to do is draw it correctly and very rigorously. You would need more than level 1, level 2. Your project needs level 1.5, 2.5, where you actually look at the horizontal relationship between the walkable surface of the ramp at each micro level and what space is actually next to, and then find the opportunity to create a stronger interaction between the ramp and the space itself. So similar to a previous student's, is it Ghazi's project? Yeah, there was like a housing project where we created kind of spaces outside of their unit for people to gather in order to have that interaction. So for example, in your beginning, I'm looking at your, if you can zoom into that view that you're showing right now. Yeah. Okay, so you're at, the beginning of your, let me just, sorry to have to do this, but I just want to clearly understand the path of travel for that ramp. So this is where you begin, right? Is that right? That's the beginning of the ramp?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then the ramp travels along here. And somewhere along here, you had 1.5, and then you go up, and then now you're at 2. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here's a really interesting moment right here, right? From here, you start to look at the bottom of the chairs as you're going up. This might be a great opportunity. It's not like a bad thing. It's like something that Ram Koolhaas would do all the time, right? To kind of like, if you look at Seattle Public Library or something like that, those ramps are there to kind of keep you understanding that you're climbing. So the interaction that you were looking for, you asking us for suggestion, is like, okay, what happens here? What happens here? Should the ramp actually, at some point when it needs to, take up more space, and actually interact it into that space right there? Like you don't have to keep the shape of that center space nor the shape of any of these other spaces outside here sacred, right? They have some leeway where the ramp could kind of bump in or do something, you know. So when you look back at your floor plan, you might now look for opportunities. And this is when I start asking you, for example, can you go back to your floor plan where there's a ramp? And remember, we're always cutting the floor plan at about waist height so that we can see exactly what's going on. Okay, now enlarge that floor plan, zoom in. Okay, look at that plan right now and say, okay, I'm starting to walk up here. I'm able to see in both of these areas, right?
Mhm.
Okay. I'm close to the floor of this area. So if I were to come in a little bit here and then make my glass this way, I now have a place to dive away from the traffic and interact. And maybe I can even go back down this way, right? So, I mean, that's some kind of interaction. Here, when you're looking that you're not actually even occupying the space internally, you could also do this, right? Let the ramp come in more so that the vista of, or even the direction you cue people to look at internally can be adjusted. So basically, I think John's question to you is very appropriate, which is, this is the big deal, the ramp, but it's a little bit underdeveloped right now, and it needs a little bit more imagination.
No, yeah, I understand that point. I think if the studio itself didn't have to be sort of focused on several other aspects, kind of going in opposition of just a personal endeavor to want the ramp, was sort of hard to try to bring everything all together. And
that's the challenge. That's really the challenge. It happens all the time with every single project. It's not an excuse. It should never be an excuse. It should be an opportunity. Yeah. So part of it is, of course, time management. Part of it is to come up with a concept that's operational so that you could work on it, you know, and simultaneously. Yeah.
Imani, thanks for the presentation. And this is obviously, you know, like a long way from the first year projects when we met. So it is a complex, you know, program. It's a complex site, and you know, you try to develop, you know, a very comprehensive, you know, set of drawings. We understand that. The thing about the presentation is that you opened with the ramp is such a big presence and such a, like, you know, an element that is meant to, it's almost like meant to generate your project now, because you show it as your initial image, and then is this red element that, you know, we see throughout the drawings. So obviously, like, you know, we're focusing on that element because it's an interesting, you know, idea. It's a way also providing accessibility to us, to the site, and also visibility to some activities which are generally relegated, you know, to the back of house, and instead you are doing this radical move of putting them, you know, front and center. And so, you know, at the moment, like, we are highlighting, you know, what opportunities you have with this type of move. So if a ramp is obviously, like, you know, as any circulation path, it implies, you know, that there's like some moments that have to be looked into further detail. For instance, it's like, for sure, you know, like where it starts, how it starts now. And there's a certain probably hierarchy of how spaces are developed. Obviously, where the ramp starts is an element, you know, where probably in the plan, you know, it wants to have a certain size, it wants to have a certain visibility, maybe from where you enter the building, from the outside. The other element that it's obviously very important is where it ends, how it ends, what happens, you know, at the end of this very long and articulated, you know, path. And then what, you know, obviously what John and Annie were highlighting is how this actual path, you know, is developed. What are the type of activities? What are the type of opportunities? Because it needs to be a significant and dense path. Otherwise, it just becomes, you know, like a sloped corridor between walls. It seems that there's the potential, you know, to make it a very, very interesting way of circulating in the building, because you start almost at the center of the building, you go through, you know, some rooms, activities, then at some point, you know, this ramp borders the facade, so the exterior becomes visible. So there's also, and if you were to work, you know, on the width of the ramp and what happens, you know, along the ramp, I think that could become a very significant and generative, you know, part of your project. The other element where I would like you also to, I think it's very interesting, you know, that you are hitting a very good point. You know, there's I remember I had a former student who also did a similar project, I think a couple of years ago, where she was trying, kind of tackling, you know, like residential with workspace, because you know, it is true that, you know, particularly in, since everybody's now like, you know, his own entrepreneur, and a lot of small businesses, you know, they start at someone's kitchen table or living room. I think it's very interesting and important, you know, the idea of providing a workspace that it's integrated, you know, with the residents, which is, funny enough, it's what in the Middle Ages used to happen, and now also because of the pandemic, you know, we brought back the workspace, you know, to the residents.
Oops. Oops. Sorry. I think you got
muted. Sorry. Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I don't know who you moved. I didn't try to. Well, I was, I don't know if you guys, regarding the residences, no? I was making the point that it's very interesting that you brought the workspace back into the residences. And I think that there's another place where probably, you know, your plan section could really benefit from that. What is the relation between this workspace and the living space? No, because it does seem from the way that the plans are developed that sometimes it is, and what happens, you know, to the space outside of the units, because with the ramp, you know, ends, but what happens at the top of the podium or at the top of this, you know, work podium, and what happens in these corridors that are outside of the residences? No, are those workspaces? And if those are like outdoor workspaces, what happens in the residences bordering, you know, these corridors? Because sometimes you have a bedroom, sometimes you have a living room. I think there's a level of, you know, of detail and complexity that can be brought in from, you know, from the premises, from the elements that you are setting up to work with.
Yeah, Drew, we have to wrap up this one. But
yes, sure. I'll make it quick. And I think Giovanni kind of touched on it right there at the end. He started talking about the beginning of the ramp, right? But then there's also the question of the end of the ramp. And I think there might even be a question about, like, why does the ramp end at all? And is there a version of this ramp where it transitions from being the sort of like commercial street you're imagining to being the residential street that's actually taking us up to the upper levels of the building, particularly if you're going to tell us that the residences are places of work as well, right? So there's already this blurring of commercial and residential. I think quickly on the units, there's also something kind of interesting that I actually don't hate the idea that the one bed units and the 2-bed, even without a door within the unit to the office, that those spaces are kind of separate. You can tell that I'm in a place where I spend 90% of my time working, and then my couch is right there and my kitchen's right there, and I'm a little bit sick of it at this point. So there's something almost kind of poetic about having to leave, even if you're not going that far. But I wonder if that's maybe another moment where you could start to think of, if we're already deciding that those office spaces are separate from the units, even though they're kind of least associated, they're kind of like tenant is associated, do they have the ability to move somewhere else in the building entirely, right? Can you start to imagine that instead of just going down one floor, I'm going down 3 floors down to where the commercial ramp is interfacing with the residential part of the building. And so suddenly you're able to kind of like zone the thing a little bit more effectively and use the ramp as the tool for how you're doing that zoning.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think just so that it's such a limited amount of time, but these units where Imani is showing 2 bedrooms, those are actually all corner units. So I think that's how they all got. So they're not actually on the hallway, but this is the entrance. I think the idea of the live work was an interesting sort of starting point, and also the idea of mixing in industrial uses in an area that used to be industrial. But thank you very much, Imani.
Thank you everyone for your feedback.
Thanks, Imani. Congratulations.
All right, last project. We're right on time. Phew, I'm like the Swiss train system here. All right, where is our last student? Chrisana.
Here.
All right, good, excellent. I think I have to join moderation. All right, so now you're in charge.
All right. Hi, I'm Cassandra. Thank you for being here. This is the Violet House and Center, a long-term supportive housing and a community center through adaptive reuse. It is located south of the LA Arts District, just 1 mile away from the homeless epicenter Skid Row, which has been prevalent since the late 1800s. Recently, the pandemic has exacerbated the Skid Row population, and emergency shelters were limited by COVID safety protocols. Long-term supportive housing has a high success rate of 90% over a 12-month period, and a stable home offers the ability to receive and focus on treatments and services towards recovery. The coordinated services offered are geared towards tenant permanence, physical and mental health, substance abuse conditions, and employment, ultimately reducing the cost of crisis resources. The site is located in what is currently zoned as a heavy industrial area. However, the proposed 2040 LA zoning plan will call for an industrial mixed zoning, allowing for taller buildings and a variety of uses. The site is located on Santa Fe Avenue and Violet Street, near transit of Greyhound and Metro Station and the 10 freeway. There are bus routes running down 7th Street and Santa Fe Avenue, and the LA River is in proximity of the project and is also part of a comprehensive plan that revitalizes the LA River. The main entrance is on the northwestern corner of Violet Street and an alley. The program of the project is part of the 2040 Downtown Community Benefits Program that lifts the parking requirements. However, the neighboring building offers 5 levels of parking with the entrance on Violet Street and exit through the rear alley. On the site sits 2 Bowstring Trust warehouses in an L-shaped configuration. The project implements adaptive reuse of the existing buildings to house the community center and emergency shelter. As you can see in the form diagram, the supportive housing begins with an extrusion of the L shape, rotated 90-degree clockwise from the existing building, forming a central courtyard. The northwestern corner is subtracted to produce an inviting entrance into the project, and the northern tower is cut down to a lower height to provide variety to the mass and provide a residential amenity roof deck. Lastly, the residential levels are pushed inward towards the courtyards for an overhang to provide more square footage to the units. The ground and second level are allocated to the community and public programming, while the levels above are residential. A little bit about the adaptive reuse ordinance is that it was established in 1999, making its way through LA in the Beaux-Arts office buildings and the industrial LA Arts District. The immediate area is full of existing inventory of structures, but within the 1900s, fitting for adaptive reuse. Upon visiting the site, in the alleyway of the project was this graffiti sticker of a sheep named Mar Sheep, Guardian of Bricks. And it is apparent that these buildings are important to the local community. Adaptive reuse has many benefits, such as financial incentives, potentially low acquisition costs, social benefits, and environmental benefits. Adaptive reuse prolongs the life of a building while repairing the social fabric of urban communities. Adaptive reuse also provides the opportunity for creativity and revitalization of of existing buildings and explore the relationship of old and new. So in this exploded axonometric, you can see in yellow is the existing warehouse and the greenish blue, the new construction. There is a give and take, a push and pull kind of relationship between the two, which unfolds a spatial experience of overlapping spaces and visual connectivity. To further emphasize the relationship of old and new, there is a juxtaposition of material. The brick wall of the existing building contrasts against the light and transparent channel glass and white perforated screen of the new construction. The Violet House and Center is located on Violet Street and is flanked by 2 alleyways. The northwestern corner offers a step-down public space that acts as the community's porch. And walking into the courtyards is a grove of trees and seating that serve as a community gathering space and an organizing space for people to file into the emergency shelter. The community center has a classroom and mezzanine level jutting into the existing building, creating the overlap of spaces and promoting visual connectivity. As well, the community center is void at center to accommodate an indoor garden. The housing's second level connects to the community center's roof deck with a bifold nano wall system, providing a flexible indoor-outdoor relationship. Here on the roof can be found the community garden that serves as food support and educational opportunities in gardening, cooking, and healthy diet. In this perspective, we can see the courtyard, that roof deck, and the overhang and the nano wall system. So going over the unit plans, I have a 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom unit and a variation of a 1-bedroom unit for the corner. The 1-bedroom unit can be found in the northern tower and the 2-bedroom in the western. These units were designed with bays of wet wall and storage in mind. And the single loaded corridor is a smaller scale extension of community space with outdoor seating in front of each unit to encourage social engagement. And here on the roof deck plan of the northern tower, you can see it's accessed by 2 stair and elevator cores. So this is a cross section and it reveals the bifold operable shading screens located on the east, south, and west elevation. Here you can also see how the housing connects with the community center and how the mezzanine protrudes into the existing warehouse. And this is a view inside that community center with the interior garden and the mezzanine level behind. The longitudinal section exhibits the overhang over the existing building and the punctures made to accommodate fenestration towards the courtyard. This image over here shows the interior of a unit and demonstrates the user's control of ventilation through operable unitized curtain wall windows and shading screen. On the other side of the unit is the single loaded corridor where the operable screen windows are accessible by the tenants and highlight the quality of light and shadow produced by the perforation of the shading screen. So the new construction is a mass timber structure comprised of glulam column, beams, and CLT panels. The screen is supported by a metal frame attached directly to the timber structure. And here is a close-up of the perforated screen where you can get a better look at the different scales of perforation, the frosted panels that tie in with the channel glass, and the variety of the facade the user creates. Along with the operable windows, the narrow width of the building facilitates the passive cooling strategy of cross ventilation. And this is an enlarged elevation of the east facade, illustrating how the aluminum insulated panels of the unitized curtain wall peak from behind the shading screen. And the corresponding wall section depicting the structure of glulam column beams and CLT panels and the overhang. To conclude, the project seeks respectful and sustainable rehabilitation of vulnerable communities and buildings through creative and resourceful means. With that being said, I am open for comments, feedback, questions. Thank you.
I'll start with a simple one. Thank you, Cassandra. Really thoughtful project. You can see very clearly these different scales that Sarah talked about, the kind of the macro scale, the big ideas all the way down to, the wall sections. So really appreciate you thinking about all those scales as you go. It begs questions, technical questions like, if you're doing CLT of this height and so narrow, was there, I don't know if there was any structural input from anybody, but CLT is not like a steel moment frame, as you probably know. So, how are you thinking about stabilizing the building for seismic and wind?
Through the elevator cores and stairways.
And those would be poured in place concrete, something quite stiff or braced or what?
It would be a shear wall, probably steel.
Great, got it. I feel like the only other comment I would make, and I've noticed this on a couple, you've seen like the whole story of cores today has been like a thing. In some cases, the cores seem to be very pronounced and significant sort of drivers of the massing and the design. And in other cases, like perhaps in this one, the cores seem to be sort of here and there and not necessarily bundled or particularly logical in terms of kind of where they go. There was discussions about sort of using cores as orientation devices and gathering places because people need to use them for circulation. There's an example of like a communicating stair in a common space, sort of at a knuckle. I think that's good. The one on the upper right maybe is more of a structural element to stabilize the end of the building. It takes up real estate that might be beautiful, with great views. So maybe it could also be, a unit, and the core can kind of go in a different location. It looks like you got another stair at the very end. I just would be, in real life, these cores have to be really logically located and sometimes bundled up with mechanical and all the other services just to sort of make them efficient uses of those kinds of those elements. So I think as you get into practice, you'll be confronted with those realities, and they can help you in terms of making kind of a logical system for the building.
Yeah, I think in part, just not to speak to her, but she had two different height buildings, which necessitated the third core.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I mean, for the L shape, what else can you do? Those are the three spots you probably end up having to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, alternatively, I don't know how it would affect your ground floor plan, but potentially you're leaving the two end, actually all three of them, the stairs seem to be open to the air, right? So it could be, you almost could pull those stairs out of the volume of the L and kind of tack them onto the sides. And maybe that gets back to what John's saying about trying to capitalize on those corners a little bit better. I think it's a good comment in terms of just the kind of the reality of the typical levels, those kind of like what we assume to be those kind of gathering spaces at each level associated with the vertical circulation core is sometimes like ends up just being dead space, and particularly when it's kind of attached to circulation like that, because no one has a sort of sense of agency over it when it really is serving the entire building moving up and down, right? So there's this kind of like hesitancy to actually utilize that space in a way that's meaningful. And I think that there's maybe some other question marks here on your typical level plans associated with that, particularly these 2-bedroom units that you're towards the bottom of the skinnier part of the L, where we've got the bedroom windows spacing out into that open corridor, which it doesn't make me as upset as I think it should, which is interesting. They're kind of nicely oriented so that you're kind of facing the entry vestibule to your own unit, but at the same time, it's still a bit of a tricky condition. So I think there's a kind of a starting point of some really interesting ways that you're making this super thin building kind of advantageous, so that we're not stuck with double loading the corridor. We're leaving the kind of walkways all exposed as if they're kind of terraced walkways, and then that, like, I think there's maybe just, it needs to get pushed one step further in terms of trying to make sure that the things you're intending those spaces to be used for, they actually can function that way. But it's close, it's right there. And I think maybe it's just about kind of reorganizing some of the units, or pushing around some of what you're calling the kind of like communal portions of those floor plates, till they kind of pool or expand in areas that make a little bit more sense. I will do the obligatory adaptive reuse critique, in the sense I think we can start with just talking about the bow truss buildings and saying, like, you've done the kind of like checklist adaptive reuse strategies, which is great. You've got your opening cut in between trusses, you've got your mezzanine level, there's all of the familiar kind of aspects. I'm wondering about the space that Giovanni's mouse is on right now. What's the intention for that space?
So that's more of like a community space for people to hang out, or for informal learning.
Yeah, and so I think it's in some ways it's exactly what we'd expect in terms of it not being sort of partitioned or like having a kind of like strictness to the way that it gets used. I think that there's like an important conversation about the juxtaposition between the two buildings, or the two buildings. Maybe we call it three if you want the lower part of the leg, but the kind of relationship or the reality of, I think maybe going back to something you were saying about the graffiti, that there's an importance to maintaining some of these structures as like a way of kind of like not just, fully abandoning the existing fabric, but there's also just the kind of functional aspect of it that makes them so much more useful in certain contexts, right? There's a reason those buildings were built that way in the first place, and that reason doesn't have to be the purpose we're using them for, but they're still absolutely typologically, morphologically different, fundamentally different from the tower, the other portion of the building, right? And so the kind of difference of those two spaces is really crucial. So when you're talking about something like saving a kind of dumb shed building, I think it's really useful to make that point super clear, that there's something particular about that building that makes it useful. And I think that this thing does give you a very kind of interesting sort of dichotomy of space, with the relationship to how thin you've made the floor plate of the tower versus how kind of open and vast those shed buildings allow that space to become. And so the relationship between those two things, I think, is something you want to kind of play up in the way that you present the work next time.
Cassandra, I wanted to congratulate you on a beautiful presentation and a beautiful project. I mean, very comprehensive and developed, in a lot of aspects. I appreciated a lot, the way that you've developed the floor plans of the units, and I do. This year too, at the third year, when we do the housing project, we actually started from the units and then moved outwards. I appreciate the way that you organize the plan so that there are these two thickened, walls of servant spaces, storage, and then, the space in between is living space. It kind of like, it gives, flexibility. So I think that that's a very great way of of organizing the plan. And I also appreciate how you are kind of also we were having this conversation before with another students in another panel about the importance of this shared spaces, this corridor, these conditions of thresholds, where you move from a more public to a more private space, and there's layers in in between that can allow sort of the interaction between neighbors or not. I do think that maybe also to Drew's point, particularly where you have the 2 bedrooms units, there's maybe an opportunity over there also to maybe increase a little bit, the separation between the two entrances, maybe with having just some kind of planters or sheer or wall or something, just so that also the space, the entrance of each unit is kind of more defined, and it allows also maybe for a greater level of privacy. I think your detail wall section was great, and I would encourage you maybe to bring also the thickness of the wall that you've developed, then to represent that in plans too, because I think it's going to really just give another level, of information and greater level of credibility, to the floor plans. Courtyard, it's a very smart way of I commend you also on bringing, adaptive reviews and salvaging the existing Bow Truss warehouses. I do also appreciate how, the new buildings kind of embraces the old building and creates this community space or this garden in the middle. Over there too, I think you have more of an opportunity to really develop, this sequence of going from the corner of the lot to the building, going under the building and then entering this courtyard space. So I think there's a number of conditions, that definitely you could explore more, if you were to continue this project, or in general, whatever, what stays with you of this project for your career. And another element to really take into consideration is program and how the program, then can offer you opportunities. In particular, when we're talking about, shelter, emergency shelters, I think there's another, you may want to take, another pass and understanding, what's involved, with the shelter. Do you have to provide, locker rooms? Do you have to provide showers and all of these other things, which would make, the space of, which probably would articulate more the space of the interior of the warehouses, and also the relation, to the outside, to the exterior. Do these people have dogs? Do they need also space for dogs? So all of these type of things. But
thank you. Yeah, great comments. John, Annie?
I was wondering, I really appreciate this project for the level of resolution that you have reached, and I appreciated the units, the way that they're laid out. I'm kind of zooming into the living room area, the sort of TV watching area of the unit, and imagining if you pair that with the rendering that you see, which is that sectional rendering where the brick building is on the left-hand side down below, and then the units are looming above it. Would there be an opportunity to actually bump out, part of that living room, or the dimension of the living room out towards the airspace of the courtyard? Because then you begin to get these lateral views in the living room that you don't get. And there's also a sense of overseeing, what's going on, the kind of sense of neighborhood watch that sometimes happens, should happen in spaces like this, what's going on in the courtyard. I'm talking about very small adjustment. I want to ask you about the second floor. Am I missing some floor definition here, or is the north building and the west building separated on the second level? The main thing I'm just figuring out is the circulation core, whether the north building is missing a second means of egress, or am I reading it incorrectly?
So it's only the first and second level that corner is subtracted from. The levels above have access to all three egress.
So the second level right now, the north, the horizontal bar is actually lacking a second means of egress, right?
I didn't even notice that, but
Yeah.
I guess you could say it's under 10 people, then you don't need to provide a second means of use.
Something. Yeah, I don't know. But anyways, there's also, I'm always looking for the front door. So in fact, the front door of this building is down on the corner of Violet and the alley, the northwest corner, and you go through the lobby heading south. That's really the main way you should be entering this building, right? And then the core that's going on in the northeast is in fact probably either for residents only or for service only. Is that correct?
Well, the doors on the warehouse opening up to the loading zone is mostly for service. That northeastern stair is mostly for the residents of the housing.
Right, but the main lobby is actually the one on the west.
Yes.
Okay. That's what it seems like. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the only question is what else are you going to do on the brick building facade leading into the courtyard? There's a definition on the ground floor where on the ground floor, there's actually sleeping rooms right there, right? On the ground floor. The brick building.
That's for the emergency shelter. Yeah.
Oh, that's for the emergency shelter. Okay.
So that's not permanent.
Okay. So there's something about the choice of that large window. I'm wondering, what is the facade treatment for that brick wall that acknowledges the use behind the wall? Right. So there's something there yet to be developed. But I mean, we're talking about very small, minor adjustments. I mean, overall, this is a very accomplished project and you should be congratulated for it. So it can only get better, right?
John, do you want to wrap things up?
Absolutely. These are challenging, tight sites, to kind of make everything fit. I like the fact that you even referenced, acknowledged the need for parking, which is next door, and that's nice. That even makes it more complicated. I do think you've done a nice job of sort of thinking through all these different scales. And I guess I would encourage you to keep your eye on the impact that these projects make on the communities. So this is not about building objects, this is about building communities. And I do think a lot of your thesis or your sort of premise is about that. And I think as you continue to work outside of school, you should really keep that very, very much in your heart. And thank you very much for all the good work.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Really great
everyone.
project. Yeah.
Thank you. Very nicely said. Yes, me too. Very nicely done. And there is some very, I think this is a very cool drawing. I hadn't really looked at it carefully. I think that the combination of a kind of intense amount of detail of the facade with the more abstracted portions of it kind of get to the point of the project really well. Anyway, thank you all very, very much. Oh my God, it's the last one. Thank you, students. It's been a very fun year working with everybody, and everybody really worked very hard. So we would love to get your input. We're going to send you a little survey that's to the jury and to the students, a separate one to the students about how we are doing. And if you have a minute, you're welcome to kind of just browse through some of the other projects on this concept board and on the others that you may not have seen. There's some great work that the students have done. And we expect good things from them. Maybe they will cross paths with you at your employment places of employment. So that's always good. I know there's many people working at, I know Home Giving is like 90% Cal Poly students. So I'm sure that you will see some of them, and Genser has a lot, including John, who's an alum of our program. So
And
the very,
a lot of our leaders come from Cal Poly.
so yes, the big boss is a Cal Poly grad. We have him here, and Annie has a affinity for some other schools, but she also likes Cal Poly.
I've had Cal Poly students.
I know. All right. Well, have a wonderful weekend, and thanks so much. And students, I will see you at 2 p.m. tomorrow to clean out the studio and give you your pats on the back in person.
Thanks for having us, Sarah. Good job, everybody.
Congratulations. Congratulations, guys. We'll see you at Bauhaus.
Oh, excellent. Bye.
Upavi, are you still there?